Hello everyone, it is just past 10 a.m. here on the west coast of North America, but we're here with global Puyo Puyo champions at Vortex Gallery Online 2023. I'm Fino, we got Raikon joining me on commentary today.
Hello everyone.
Yeah, so we've got players from actually all over today. I don't know if we got any Asian representation today, but you know, a lot of our usual suspects from North America, South America as well, and definitely some players from the French scene coming out as well.
Yeah, I'm quite excited to see how all their different playstyles match up against each other.
Yeah, Raikon, did you catch the Friday night Puyo Puyo at all last night?
I caught a little bit, but not all of it, unfortunately.
Okay. Yeah, so we had a little bit of a sneak preview of today's bracket. Yesterday we had Helio, Dan, I believe Luzao, KZN, and Tony, and who was the last one? Anyways, they're back. They had their nice little warm-up. They might have also played the EPPC monthly this morning as well. It's just been a non-stop whirlwind of tournaments to play in since the start of this new year.
Yeah, definitely sounds like it, and that's a lot of practice for all these players before they hop into this tournament as well, so I'm hoping everyone's on their A game today.
But yeah, there are some stakes going on today. Not only are folks competing for the title of Vortex Gallery Online 2023 champion for Puyo Puyo Champions. I also got a nice little prize pool over on Matcherino. Don't forget, if you haven't done so already, clip your coupons, fill out the surveys, maybe drop a couple bucks, some coffee money, some lunch money for these hardworking players. I put in a little bit because I gotta support my boy Zan. Always a homie.
I might be sneaking in a little bit during a break to do the same.
Yeah, and we'll be keeping an eye out on that prize pot for any shout outs to the homies. But yeah, who do we have on stream up first? Let me see if there's any updates on that, because I think we're just getting that underway soon.
Yeah, looks like it's being finalized.
So we've got our, we've definitely got our favorites in here in this bracket so far. So Raikon, what are you thinking are we gonna see things necessarily fold out the way they did last night, or some people gonna swoop in?
I could see a little bit of that. The thing I'm most excited to see is if Didier, Dan, and Billy run into each other for the FF run back.
Oh, true, and they are on the same side of the bracket this time, so it's gonna happen pretty early on.
Yeah, both players are seeded, but they will run into each other at the semifinals, so one of them will not make it to winners finals and have to climb back through losers for sure.
Both players, though, known to have pretty disgusting losers runs, so you definitely don't want to get on their bad side. Looks like we've got Helio versus Shige up first. Helio actually took the Friday night Puyo Puyo bracket last night pretty convincingly, honestly. Making a loser's run back against Dan last night, and just a total switch up in play to take it over. But interesting, looks like Shige is also Brazil region, unless someone would bother to lie on the internet about where their region is.
That would never happen.
Local matchup, perhaps.
Yeah, but yeah, let's get started. I've seen Helio play a few times for sure. Shige, I don't think I've caught any of their gameplay, so I'm excited to see how this goes.
Yep.
It looks like Shige's looking for a very early attack. They did cover their trigger, so I'm curious if Shige will attack here.
Yeah, Shige had a really nice window initially for all clear hunting, but the rush pays off in the end.
Yeah, a bit of a cheeky first point, but hey, first point's first point, so Shige takes the lead.
Yep, first to 7 is all it is in these lower bracket rounds.
I won't be surprised to see Helio keep their trigger a little more open, though right now it's pretty covered. We'll see if Shige rushes again.
Yeah, one thing that I kind of want to see as players are getting more and more reps together, rush out from Shige here, is I want to see people basically disrespect. they need to do some skill checks first, right? Because so far, you know, Shige hasn't done anything particularly spectacular that shows Helio that Shige is going to be any particular chaining threat, right?
Yeah,
And so 2 rounds in, it's been rush and a rush.
2.
Yeah, and here
this
comes
time,
another.
4.
Helio's at the right height to tank here. Had the greens yellows coming up, and Helio does exactly that. It just says, I haven't seen you chain, so I'm just gonna chain and you're gonna like it.
Yeah, the big difference this time is Helio just making sure that they're able to set off their chain promptly this time and not at any point of vulnerability. So Helio does get their first point for the round.
Yeah. So now that here's the test for Shige. Can you chain big? Can you play Helio's game and beat him at it?
Based on the forms I've been seeing from Shige, that might be a little difficult, so they'll have to look for some tighter timing on those attacks. Though, based on Helio's chaining now, that's very unlikely. 4 chain from Shige, but Helio just easily fires their main in response.
The 4 chains are just simply too much time to give to Helio. Then easily add on even just a couple of links in that time to overpower any early rush.
Yeah, it might be hard for Shige to match on the main chain, so they might have to actually do the reverse and look for smaller chains with just more precise timing.
Yeah. 2 chains are really going to be the limit of what you could probably get away with against a player of Helio's caliber. And they might have a good one here, but Helio's quickly stacking up higher to stay safe. And Helio here with the initiation, actually.
Yeah, they hadn't done the first attack at all yet, and it caught Shige a bit off guard, just not having any Puyo to set off their own chain, and then Helio with the good follow-up to seal that point as well.
Yeah, Shige's power curve so far, it reaches the 3-4 chain mark pretty quickly, but past that, it's a little bit dicey, and so as long as Helio's heads up about where Shige's board is at, I think they should be fine. Speaking of, okay, so Shige had an opportunity for that nice hellfire there, but closes off pretty quickly, trying to go for, okay, 3 double.
That was actually a really good follow-up, setting off their chain while Helio was stuck in their own chain animation, so they had no time to set off their main chain in response.
Yeah, unfortunately this is a really tough dig for Helio to make in time, because Shige just had free reign to get all the pieces lined up.
And luckily Shige, not wasting too much time there, sends another 3 points and ties it up again at 3-3.
Right, and so I felt like early initiation by Helio is just an unnecessary risk at this point. Again, Shige hasn't demonstrated the big chain ability, and so if you just set off a 7, you know, that might just be all you need.
Yeah, at this point, like, it might already be enough. Maybe a few more extensions are needed, but they were all very clean, so I can't blame Helio for going for them. So this is our first pretty big chain of the match. I believe it's a 10.
Yeah, and I've noted this in one of the previous VG volumes, Friday Night Puyo Puyos, but Helio does tend to play pretty respectfully, not just sending main willy-nilly against players that largely seem to be weaker chainers than him. And you know, you don't always need to give up these points necessarily. So it's good to see that Helio was able to just bubble down and fire main randomly.
Yeah, I think that's a good practice to have because you don't want to start getting sloppy if other people start catching up on chains. But at the very least, their building was still relatively clean. So even though they looked for that many extensions, it wasn't stopping them from firing when they needed to. And speaking of, Helio committing to main chain here. Saw a small attack, felt it was good to just push here. So we're going to see a 9 double.
Supernova! 2. Stop that!
Yeah, just getting purely outclassed here by Helio.
What happened?
And so we'll
That all
see.
you got?
I think the main source of points from Shige at this point is they've been building in such a way that does let them fish for all clears with some level of effectiveness. Q hasn't been super kind for that yet, but it's possible.
I think the biggest thing Shige's going to have to look for is that perfect timing on when Helio covers their trigger, because it does happen a bit. It's not a big window, but it does exist. So if they can find that exact timing, they'll still have a chance to steal points here.
Yeah, that's true. And Shige right now just doesn't have any access. Just throwing a thorn here and there. Oh, okay.
These are...
1, 2,
Yeah. Those were some pretty good attacks. But yeah, Helio having the 4 to kind of cover, and a 4 chain's just enough with Shige already built up halfway, so that point's going to go to Helio as well, and that'll put them on match point.
That all you got?
So far, Helio looking pretty good. Just in terms of how we've noticed, you know, different changes to their game plan as the set progresses. So really good awareness overall. Thrown out here from Helio.
Yeah, definitely keeping more access to chains and being willing to throw out a few attacks of their own since they're getting relatively ahead in resources. That 3-chain Shige is basically filling the entire board.
The last attack from Helio was a little bit dangerous. And it just worked out because Shige didn't have a red in cube. But here comes the main submarine. And there's no way to get back down here for Shige. And that's the set.
That all you got?
Yeah,
Round 1, Helio moves on, and we'll see if this rush-oriented style from Shige gains any more traction down in losers.
Yeah, I think even though Helio took that pretty convincingly at the end, it's a good show that having good main chaining skills is not the only thing you need in these sorts of battles. Finding good attack timings to cut off people's chains is just as important.
Yeah, and there's also just kind of like a certain level of paranoia, because if you're playing someone like me, I'm the kind of player that sends the attack and then checks the board later. So half the time it's not even intentional. So you just got to be ready.
Yeah, it is very hard to perfectly time your attacks along with what the opponent's doing, especially while juggling your own Puyo Q, because sometimes you see the perfect time to attack and then just don't get the color to actually set off your attack.
Yeah, you got to know when to fold on those attacks and try to convert it into something bigger and try to reposition a little bit. It's hard though, because you have to have played enough, made enough of your own mistakes to recognize the situations on other players' boards, right? It's a two-step process. First, finding their chain in the first place, and then recognizing what your opponent's extension capabilities are from that position.
Yeah, I agree. Being able to visualize chains not only helps you build your own chains, but lets you do a lot more against your opponent.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, as single player heavy as you might perceive Puyo to be, it's such an interactive game, right? Going back to the whole thing about Puyo Puyo's fighting games, every piece you put down is a button, right? just the act of putting down Puyos is an attack, even if no garbage is coming down, because you're threatening with that piece.
I think sometimes even the act of not putting a piece down could be an attack. If you have a possible attack and you're holding a piece that can fire that attack, and the opponent's aware of that, they have to be very cautious on how they're building their chain, making sure that it stays open, which might affect their efficiency or their own choices.
Yeah, plenty of times we've had a little stalling battle where I really want to set off this attack, like just a nice little hellfire, but my opponent definitely notices this, and they're stalling their piece, trying to line up the counter, so that basically my entire resources get stuffed. But at the same time, I couldn't have really extended past that point, because I built in such a inefficient manner that I'm stuck into that attack anyways. So
yeah, well, I definitely look forward to seeing the different ways that people try attacking. From Shige, we definitely saw a lot of just kind of early attacks. We'll see if some people start waiting more to the mid game when the opponent's board's already kind of filled from their main chain, or if we see some more rushes or a lot more of a defensive play where they wait for the opponent to attack and try just neutralizing it with their own.
Because definitely there are going to be skill gaps in this bracket where, like what I was talking about with the power curves, you stay at around the 4-5 chain mark for just too long, and by the time you're ready to fire or extend, your opponent has built 2 5 chains, and so even if they set off the first 5 chain and you set off yours, well, you've still got another one to contend with.
Yeah, for sure. That being said, though, if you can at least build your first 4 to 5 chain very quickly, then that means you can spend the rest of the time looking for those small attacks to hopefully hinder the opponent from getting to those secondary chains. It's still a hard battle. Of course, being able to build long main chains is better than not, but there are still strategies you can do as long as you're getting those initial chains ready instantly. Doesn't mean you have to set them off right away, but at least having them there makes it a much bigger threat.
Yeah. And I think part of that too is just, as you're building the main chain, one thing that's been really useful for me as I play is just thinking about how can I make a cleanup. Like, I'm not even thinking about attacking, I'm just trying to clean up here. How can I make my cleanups most deadly and also give me back the most space to extend?
Yeah, no, that's a very good idea. Anything that you can kind of get multiple things done at the same time. So in your example, cleaning your board, but also stalling the opponent a bit is very good for time management. That being said, it looks like we have our second match ready to go.
Okay, so we got KZN and Havven. I believe Havven is from the French community. They commentate on some of the Ascension tourneys I've seen, so they definitely know their stuff. But KZN, of course, an old hand in the English scene at this point, proven results. So we'll see just how much trouble Havven's gonna give KZN here.
Because of the different communities they tend to play in, do you think we're going to see a clash of differing playstyles here?
Definitely there's going to be a player matchup gap, and so just in terms of familiarity, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the first few rounds go to feeling each other out a little bit, and then we can kind of get a grasp on, you know, what is each player good at in this situation, what resources do they have access to, and do they have the awareness to kind of turn that to their advantage.
Yeah, I think one interesting thing that doesn't get talked about much is using the first couple points for feeling each other out. Like, it obviously feels good to just win 7-0 or however many points the set is, but it being willing to take a bit more risk in the early game, maybe lose a point or two to understanding how your opponent reacts to things, can be very valuable for you winning the entire set at the end.
Yeah, and in the case of a top player like KZN, You could also totally just use these first couple of points to bully your opponent. Just do something absolutely crazy and see how they react. Right? I think that's something that we'll probably see again elsewhere in the bracket from Dan. Right? He has definitely like the big elephant in the room in terms of round start mix-up with these Hoover Dan massive power twos.
Yeah,
and so
like
you can expect it all you want, but unless you actually know the counterplay, you're gonna have trouble. You're not gonna be able to stop it.
Yeah, for sure. But looks like our players are now ready. Looks like it's actually loaded. So here we go into our second match.
All right, let's see what Havven's got here. So far, both players are expected to play pretty standard in terms of their attack timings, just due to the way that GTR works. KZN, though, starting off with the first poke, Havven definitely a little bit behind KZN in terms of pace, and so we'll see if that's just a warm-up issue or it's going to be something exploitable. 6-chain AC from KZN, though.
Yeah,
Job well done.
for the base floor, it looked like they were pretty on par, but KZN looked way more comfortable up on the second floor, which let them get that first early attack out. So first point going to KZN. We'll see how the second round goes. Currently still matched on the base floor, but I think once they've finished these bases, we'll see the difference in playstyle again. Actually seeing
we got an
6
AC
chain.
from Havven. Let's go.
And we got the follow-up from KZN is only a 6-chain as well without the all clear, so this will block this attack, but now Havven has a very strong attack in the all clear, actually taking 3
Havven
lines.
doesn't have
that's
much
not
time, but nice greens in the queue. But KZN ready to counter here off reds. Gonna be careful with column 4. Okay, so he tries to stuff this AC bonus early. He has the chaining power to do it, only taking 2 rows there.
Yeah, so players relatively even, though Havven has a lot more resources here, choosing to set off a 3-chain pretty quickly here. And we see a 3-chain from KZN response, but doesn't have the power on it, so they're staking another 3 lines. This round looks like it's going to go to Havven, though there's still a little space left.
Yep, nice follow-ups from Havven here. No amount of space, no amount of Puyos in that amount of space is going to help KZN.
Alright, tied up 1-1. We'll see if our players going to adjust a bit from how these first 2 rounds went, or if they're still going to stick to their current playstyle. Currently seems about the same, both players looking for that clean GTR base.
They were some pretty spectacular rounds, though, right? Each player got an AC from their chains in both of those rounds, so...
Right, we have a 3-chain from KZN. Havven has access to main chain, chooses to rush it without any other sort of defenses, so we'll see a 6-chain from here. How will KZN respond?
Yeah, KZN had a pretty nice base to extend off of, but unfortunately colors didn't line up, so he had to spend it on the tail here. It's gonna work out, getting the green links at the end.
Yeah, you say they had to commit to the tail, but they built a very clean tail there. What a nice 9-chain, and Havven just not having nearly enough resources to counter that. Second point going to KZN.
A job well done.
So on that note, it looks like KZN's being a little ahead on the main chaining route. We'll see if Havven starts to slow down attacks in order to keep up on main chain, or goes the other route and just looks for more aggressive attacks to try stopping those chains.
A little bit of slowdown from Havven here. That's not what you want against KZN. We just saw from the last round how deadly his tailing efficiency is. And he's going to start off with the initiation on 3 chains with a nice flat platform to extend off of. This is not looking great for Havven.
Reds for, the yellow-red coming clutch for KZN. That was extremely close there, but managing to get their chain off as well. Looking like a 7, which should easily counter this.
Curses.
Alright, that was a little dicey for KZN, but they did get the piece they needed, so they'll take that point as well. I think Havven's slowing down a little bit, mainly because they want to keep their main chain a bit cleaner, because they realize they're not going to be able to keep up with KZN's main chaining. However, KZN recognized that slowdown and went for a much
Oh,
faster
Havven
attack.
wants the AC. Let's go, Havven. We love
it
to
is.
see it.
This is 3-chain AC. KZN has the 4, which will counter this chain, but just like we saw
But
in the
not the
second
AC
round.
bonus. Oh no.
Yeah.
And not enough to cover the blue trigger either. So Havven, I think, really would benefit from leading off with a poke instead of just going for 4.
2.
That being said, KZN didn't have a lot of counter options, so in this case it actually worked out here.
Yeah.
Retreat.
Victory is mine.
I would have liked to see, because I would have liked to see KZN build a little more in 1, 2, 3, in columns 1 and 2, just to leave a counter well open. Because you know it's coming. You know that Havven's not going to be taking as big of an advantage with the space gained from the AC bonus. And so, if it's just 2 rocks, you might be able to manage with a counter 5 and bring it back to even.
3.
Yeah, alright. Havven set off a 2-chain. KZN decides to just main chain here. A little surprising, but it is a 9-chain. Havven sets off their main chain as well. I think it's roughly the same, except their purples don't work, so it's only an 8-chain.
7. Stars curses.
I think at 8 it would have perfectly countered, so unfortunate those purples didn't connect. KZN making the right call in the end by just firing their main there and goes up 4-2. Looks like Havven is adjusting somewhat well to these situations, but KZN's just also been adjusting again quite quickly afterwards, so Havven's gotten very little room to catch up off of those adjustments.
1.
A lot of blues and purples coming out, and KZN forced to spend a lot of resources cleaning up here.
Yeah, that
So
being
this
said, that the
might be a
cleanup time
chance.
the cleanup time has been pretty good. It did hinder Havven a little bit, though. It looks like this chain's going to work. Havven
Yeah.
choosing to set off their main chain here.
Havven with their first full board chain here.
Yeah, looks like a 10.
Unfortunately, the reds don't connect, and that might come to bite them in the butt a little bit. Oh, but the blues on KZN's tail's cutting here.
Yeah, this is also a 10 from KZN.
7.
It's going to be very close on this one.
Just edge it out.
Let there be peace.
Nope, not enough. 2 rocks sent to KZN, and having a good follow as well.
With
This is
a straight out chain. Let's go.
right, very good showing there, proving that they do have the ability to win out in main chain. KZN can't just look for the longer chain in these battles.
Well, like I said though, KZN did have a lot of single chain pops, and so you know you can't just completely write off Havven, right?
Yeah, exactly. It looks like for this round, both players are focusing pretty hard on their main chains. We've seen no attacks yet. A tiny one. There's our first big attack, which is KZN with a 3.
Yeah, really hard for Havven to build here.
Yeah, and they just didn't have a really good response to that, unfortunately, and it was just enough to seal out that round for KZN.
Yeah, Havven definitely got cornered towards column 6 there, and no options to dismantle the chain for any counter pressure.
Yeah, I think that was good read on KZN's part of both players focused more on main chain, and he chose to break that piece.
2.
This time the attack's coming out a little faster. Only a 2-chain, which doesn't block much here, but it's enough to make Havven want to clean up with their own 2-chain. KZN counting with a 3, so an even bigger attack this time.
Havven is getting forced to do a lot of cleanup here. I don't know if they have it in their Puyo vocabulary to fix this.
Ooh. The nuisance in column 3 blocking out the ability to main chain with the green. They found a way to clear it out though, so we see main chain from Havven. It's going to be an 8.
6, 7.
KZN gets the blues and purples in time.
3.
Right, so KZN blocking with their main chain. This looks like more than enough here. We've got at least a 10.
8.
2.
Yeah, and Havven not able to build a secondary chain straight up
1.
from where their chain resolved, and so
I've been finished.
A job well done.
All right. With that, it is match point for KZN. It looks like they've had to adjust a lot based on how Havven's been playing, but they've managed to make a lot of those adjustments to just like keep slightly ahead of the curve.
yeah. Havven definitely feels like they're being pushed to their limit here by KZN,
1.
which is expected because, you know, KZN's definitely one of the players that we're watching out for to take the whole thing.
1.
Yes, definitely. All right, the column 4 being so left open for Havven is going to make it very hard to extend here. I won't be surprised if we see the main chain just be set off very soon. Yeah, and there it is.
Havven didn't have blue and 5 for the ghost row extend.
This is only an 8, but KZN's looking for the purple, finds the purple, so there's the main chain response from KZN. 8, this is I believe an 11, so this will definitely beat out Havven's chain, and it's going to be very hard for Havven to catch up on this.
Yeah, Havven wasn't getting any blues there.
Curses.
And he needed the blues for both the next key and for the trigger, so match goes to KZN. Well done by both players.
Yeah, I think despite the score saying 3-7, that was somewhat closer than initially looked, because Havven was finding good timings for attacks and being able to keep up at least a bit on main chaining. It wasn't like an easy win for KZN. There was a lot of micro adjustments to make sure they stayed ahead through a lot of those rounds.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, next up, I believe we have Wadek, Honto no Pi versus Tony. We have just been getting such an incredible variety of play styles on stream so far, right? We saw Helio has the big chains, has the attack versatility, has even the submarines. And Shige with the rush-oriented strats, and we have sort of early mid-game chaining from Havven, and now we have
I'm in this to win.
probably the
Fine,
most
I'll join the
interesting matchup to watch, just visually, with Wadek, aka Mini Piponir, and Tony, the chain form speedrunner. So we're gonna see a lot of different forms coming out in this matchup here.
Yeah, this first one looks like they're focused on just making some clean bases.
Tony, I feel, is hunting for this AC. Gets blocked off on the yellows there, unfortunately. And submarine from Wadek here. Pretty locked into main on those blues, though. This is going to be hard to extend, so he needs to poke out of this in order to pressure Tony into firing or making a mistake.
Tony had to fire first anyway with the amount of space. Firing first, it looks like both players are just main chaining here. We got an 11 from Tony, and I believe a 12 or an 11 power on the other side.
Yeah,
it is a 12.
So annoying.
Wadek, aka who does even care, aka Ringo Ando, aka what else we got? Honto no Pi. Definitely understands like Torukame tailing pretty well, and so that's going to add on to efficiency by quite a bit. And you want to stuff that as soon as you can, if you even can.
Did I hold back too much?
I have yet to choose which one of those AKAs to commit to memory for a name, but good on them to just use their space advantage to make one big chain that Tony couldn't keep up with there. So first point going to the left.
All right, Tony might have a power chain opportunity here, right? Got kind of outchained there, so the game plan might be to put on pressure to see if Wadek will crack. And here it is, first attack, but 2 double into 3 for Wadek. Easy counter, forcing main out. Purple's coming in for Wadek.
That was a very, very clean round from Wadek. The fact that they saw Tony coming up with an attack, had a really good counter for it, which forced out main chain, and then just having a bigger main chain with that time difference.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think Tony could still possibly contest with that strategy. He just has to be more mindful of what Wadek's power curve is on what their attack timing should be.
Yeah, I think that one specifically was a little hard to read because Wadek didn't have a huge attack at that time. They just converted their chain to have a counter for that first attack really cleanly.
Yeah.
So So in this round, we see Tony's not looking for that early attack, looking to have just a stronger main chain. Neither player even choosing an attack. I think this is just going to be a main chain battle, or maybe some like tiny pokes to deal out the round.
Yeah, and what I've noticed, Tony might be looking for purples here. Okay.
Well, it's such a good
double
2-chain,
brings it too?
and Wodak can't reach the chain to clear anything.
Oh no!
Square one.
Good. That's the end of that.
The pattern I've observed is when Tony gets in on the slug fold, he becomes really efficient. And he gets a lot of space to play with on the top right corner of his board. And that, I would say, is his strongest position in terms of applying pressure.
Ow!
This time we see an early 2 from Tony. It does do a little bit. Wodak not accepting the second attack and just throwing out the 4 instantly. I think that's a very good response for Tony, kind of getting a little too aggressive without much follow-up.
Yeah. Right, Tony didn't fully disrupt Wodak with the initial 4-chain. And you only want to send those follow-ups when you know that your first attack was going to land at all.
Well, we'll see how they adjust in this round. Looks like they're not choosing to go for it. They have the option, but they're being very cautious of it. They're looking for a much better timing. And you can see Wodak stalling on covering their trigger because they see the attack as well.
Yeah, because Tony definitely had so many opportunities for shenanigans there, but oh my god.
Yeah, that was such a good 3-chain from Tony. I don't know if Wodak noticed that it was a 3-chain because the links weren't directly linked. There was an indirect link from the top left. They might have thought it was just a 1-chain that wouldn't really hinder them, and were caught off guard by the strength of that attack.
Yeah. One other thing that makes Tony so strong is, you know, their chaining ability might be a little bit suspect sometimes, but in scramble situations, they have really good vision on what their attack and cleanup options are. And if you've just sort of beelined onto where's Tony's main chain, you're gonna miss a lot of opportunities that even though they just completely destroy Tony's chain, he knows the options are there to catch you off guard.
Yeah, exactly. So with that, Tony actually catches up, and then we're now tied 3-3. I think both players have been pretty good at both the attacking and the main chaining front. So now it's more of a mental battle of catching which strategy each side is going for. Tony setting up the first attack for this round. Wodak having at least a response with another 2-chain. Tony firing their 5-chain, going to main, and Wodak doesn't have a way to get to their main chain at this point. Or it's actually a 6. But even then, Wodak just not having the time to connect their main chain there.
Yeah, Wodak's column 2 was a little bit too high in the base build, and I was fearful about Wodak's ability to chain out of that position efficiently. And okay, almost an AC, missing a yellow.
I think Tony might have committed a little too hard to the AC here. It's going to be very hard to build a clean tail and transition off of so much being set up in the center already.
Yeah, and so Wodak needs to realize this and anticipate pokes coming out from Tony.
Yeah. So we see a 5-chain from Tony, which is way too big. Wodak was very smart in just looking for main chain at the time while keeping their trigger open for any attacks. So this is an 8, not their full chain, but still more than enough for Tony to follow up here.
Yeah, Tony's board was left in not such a great state at the end of his initial attack. He just had a really high mountain in columns 2 and 3. And needed to stack up a lot of Puyos in the bottom to build up back to that level. And you either know how to tail with those Puyos or you're just wasting them. And you cannot waste time against Wodak trying to build a follow-up.
Exactly. The earliest attacks we've seen here, barely a base bill, and we see a 2-chain from Wodak. Only a tiny hindrance, but it is actually really affecting Tony's build here. Tony choosing to actually send a 2-double to get a lot of that cleaned up. Good timing, at least. Wodak not having a response, so now they have to try and clean this up.
Very diggable though, but no blues are coming.
Yeah, that's unfortunate timing on Wodak's side. No blues to get to their main chain easily, but Tony just capitalizing on that situation.
Yeah, definitely a tight race for Quebec to dig out of that situation, and that time it didn't pan out, unfortunately. But we know that Quebec has the fundamentals to just completely overpower Tony.
Yeah, I'm minorly hype about the GTR into I joint from Woodek. Still very clean chain, lots of space to tail. Choosing to just go for a 3-chain attack here, which forces Tony to set off their main chain here. We got an 8-chain. There's not really a tail on Tony's side though, so Woodek has a pretty good chance to extend here.
Needs one more blue, one finds it, needs a red. No reds coming up, has to fire here. This should be pretty good. The nice power at the end here. That's a triple. That's not gonna give Tony. Oh, that didn't even win.
Yeah, the 9-chain from Tony, me misreading it was actually the difference in power there.
1, 2, sign.
Yeah, there's a little hard. Good attempt to catch up on Woodek's side, just a little too little time to get that extra extension they needed. All right, with that, we have Tony on match point.
Yeah, I honestly did not expect this. But Tony has just been playing really well today.
Yeah, I think both players have been pretty clean on main chains. I'd maybe give that to Woodek slightly, but Tony's been much higher on the attack front.
3, cosine.
That's saying we have a 4-chain from Woodek, which forces main chain from Tony. We're going to see a 5 here. Good tailing from Woodek's side, but they need another red now. Oh, that's so unfortunate. They looked for the extra extension, but didn't have enough. There was no red in their queues, and they attempted to get that. But
that's curtains. Unless.
Oh, they still is Tony going to follow up? We're only seeing 1-chains here. This is giving Woodek a bit of time to clean up.
Don't count them out just yet. Carving some space back for Woodek here. Looking for yellows. Yellows are here. Blues are here.
There we go. 4 double into 5 from Tony. Woodek has a chain, but I don't think this is going to be nearly enough. No, it's only a 3. Alright, that will definitely seal it. So the match goes to Tony.
A terrifying fight back from Woodek.
That's the end of that.
But Tony taking the set. And
that last chain, Woodek had the red 2 set off their chain, but chose to look for more extensions. I don't know if they just read like they needed the extra extension, or it's possible they wanted the extension just to make sure they sealed out the round versus just a very light counter.
Yeah. And something I noticed, I don't know, I have no idea if this was intentional or not, but Tony actually had an option to turn the 5-chain that initially set Woodek in that position in the corner. He had an option to turn that into a 6-1. Instead, he powered the first link instead. And just some part of me wonders if he had given Woodek that extra link's worth of time, if he would have countered it.
Yeah, I think if there was the extra link, that Woodek actually would have gotten their chain off. It's hard to say if the choice to shorten their chain by Tony was intentional at that point, because the 5-chain's still pretty long, but it was all the difference in that situation.
Right. See, Tony's whole thing is the gambling magician, right? He definitely gambled. And right, when it works, it's insane. And that's Tony.
Still, I think that was a very good showing by both players. It was hard to read who would win a lot of those rounds.
Mm-hmm. Definitely, though, I think in a longer set, Woodek would have come up with just. I think overall, Woodek is still the stronger player, just in terms of versatility, and
unfortunately for him.
Unfortunately for him, he has to climb back up from losers. But you know, Tony definitely is someone that you have to get used to. So yeah, we're coming up on winners quarters here.
While we wait for this to get set up, this might be a good chance to go get your 2 cents in through Matcherino.
Yeah, 25 cents for your Matcherino coupons. Got some surveys on there you can do too.
I misspelled it. Of course I did. Let's go. I tried my best, okay? Oh, no, it didn't work. It was just slow. I am free of spelling mistakes.
Yeah, I got a little scared earlier. I thought I botched it too, but turns out the bot's just a little bit sleepy. Oh baby, now we got Billy. This is Billy, right?
That is Billy.
Versus Helio. Winner's quarters.
It's potion time!
Yeah, this will be a very interesting matchup. We already saw Helio play, and they're pretty good at main chaining. Billy is pretty good at pretty much everything and is very fast at it too. Maybe some inconsistencies here and there, but with the speed alone, it's going to be very hard for Helio to keep up with that pace. So we'll see how this goes going into our first round.
Yeah, Helio with the... Oh, Billy. Oh, there
Billy's
he is.
Going.
Oh,
it's not an all clear though. It's just a 3, but no yellows for Helio.
Oh, unfortunate cue. Yeah.
Billy not punished.
Never punished.
Never punished.
Someone punish him.
All right, round 2. Helio's definitely going to have their eyes open a little bit more going to the second round, seeing Billy willing to just go crazy like that. But Billy choosing to be a lot more clean and just focusing on main chain this round.
1.
Billy's still kind of locked into main here, which is a little bit disadvantageous. Whereas Helio has
1.
been poking.
2. 1.
Yeah,
It doesn't hit, but commits to the follow-up here. This is really bad for Helio now. He's spent all his resources.
1.
And all the garbage sent
1.
from that is just gone now for Billy, and he's just free.
1. 1.
Some weird piece orders, but Billy finally gets the red with the blue to set off their main chain. So here's our first big chain of the match. I believe we have a 10 power here.
6.
And then Helio's rushing to get extension. There's a lot of commitments, but gets the main chain. Yep, there's a 10 power from Billy.
5.
We got, I believe, just a 10, maybe some power on the 9 here. No, not even a 10. Just a 9 from Helio, so second round goes to Billy as well.
Yeah, I think the turning point in that match was just Helio committing to the follow-up, burning through a lot of resources there.
Yeah, there was a lot of small attacks that did hinder Billy a little bit, but not enough to make like big efficiency choices. So we'll see if Helio goes for similar attacks in this round. It doesn't look like it yet. Just a 1 chain to clean up a bit, but otherwise focused on main.
1. 1.
Yeah, both boards looking pretty flat, but the blues in 4 and 6 for Billy might be a little problematic. Digs out a wall in 6.
Yeah, that 3 chain from Helio was very good timing. Billy only had a 2 to respond. Is looking for follow-ups while Billy doesn't have space. This 2 attack's very good as well, and manages to get that round, so first point for Helio.
That all you got?
Yeah, I think Helio definitely has like the idea of good times to attack. It's just going to be hard to catch with how fast Billy plays. Sometimes it might look like there's not much, and by the time your 2 chain goes off, he's already built a 2 double to respond.
Yeah, you really gotta have a good eye for what Billy's chain routes are, or what they might be, but 2 double here, Hellfire!
Yeah. Yeah, that frog attack from Helio catching Billy off guard. It was a bit more of a passive round last round up until near the top, so a good change of timing to keep Billy on his toes. And now we're tied up 2-2. Billy looked like they're changed their style up a decent amount here. They don't want to put up with some early attacks again. They might just go for an early attack themselves even.
Might go for 3 off the yellows and red and greens in column 3 and 4, but window is closed.
They've committed to just main chain here. That being said, they've lost some space on this, and also a 2 chain from Helio with good timing with the follow-up. Oh, Billy does get some nice pieces to set off their main chain, but it's not that big with how they decided to build their chain to be wary of attacks. So we just have the 9 or big 8 double.
2. 3.
So they do get their chain off here, but I think this is only an 8 versus that 8 triple. So Billy's taking this round.
Yeah, the Helio's board after the attack wasn't also nice number Puyo's popped. Wasn't the best shape. Had to do a lot of cleanups to prevent conflicts, and so kinda couldn't cash that check. But
Yeah. Going into
identical
this,
cleanups here.
yeah, it looks like both players are very focused on having a clean base before they decide to go for any sorts of attacks. Different routes going to the second floor. I've noticed Helio tends to leave column 3 open a bit. That might be just due to how they see their chaining, but it might also be intentional to try and tank that first attack from Billy if it comes out.
Yeah, I think the game plan for Helio is, regarding column 3, is if they get the pieces that they know how to tail, they're just gonna stack up in 4 through 6 as much as they can.
Very good 10 chain from Helio here. Billy has a nice response as well, though. This is going to be an 11, so going to be a clean counter. I don't think Helio has time to follow up on this.
Gets purples, but that's you need a 7 for that one.
Stop that!
Yeah, and that's one of the downsides of leaving column 3 open. Well, it's good for letting you tank. It does make your efficiency a bit harder, so getting extensions past the 10 chain get a lot more difficult. Right, so now it's 4-2. Billy's keeping up a good pace here, responding to Helio well. Helio's still putting on a lot of pressure, though. I wouldn't say any of these rounds have been particularly easy.
1, 2,
Oh, the yellow dependencies are a little tough for Billy here. So Helio should be anticipating some sort of... Oh,
there
that's
it
just
is.
going to be main.
Yeah, Helio's did way too many small attacks there. Billy recognized he just had a huge resource advantage, sets off their chain. Helio has a big chain here, but not enough to stop a star.
stop that! Stop that! 1, 2,
It's that line of, it's good to get an attack in here and there to try and hinder the opponent, but if you do too many little attacks, the opponent's just going to realize they have more pieces and eventually respond.
Yeah, and unless you're sending, like, at least a line of guard... Uh-oh.
It's not
Billy
over.
with some shenanigans.
I think they were looking for the AC, but then saw the purple and knew to give up.
Good discipline to not just fire that.
Right, first attack from Helio, just one line. That's at least as a one chain that sends one line is pretty good as long as you don't overcommit after. So now we have two chains canceling each other out. Players still roughly the same here.
You can't forget about your soft drop bonus that once you spend it, it's gone. You gotta build it back up.
4.
Ooh. All right, here's main from Helio. We've got a 10 chain. How will Billy respond? That's going to be really hard to fill in properly. Oh, it's actually only a 9 from Helio. The red and yellow unfortunately flipped.
That all you got?
Yeah,
But-
Billy pulling out a little bit of the Hoover Dan strats, but no one does it like Dan. Not yet.
Yeah, I think part of it was actually the initial attack from Helio. It made Billy have to commit a little less efficiently, and the way it filled up the space actually made it hard to extend. All right, so Helio does get a point, making it 5-3 now. Going into this round, players looking to just build their chains. Good, one double from Helio.
2, 1.
Just, oh, what a good follow-up as well, but Billy had very good pieces to main
Such a
chain.
smart defense. Right, Helio was not expecting that escape and followed up on
9,
the attack even when it was just gonna get crushed.
2, 3.
Yeah, I don't entirely blame Helio for looking for the follow-up there, because that was the attack time was so small that it's pretty hard to fill in your chain in that time. But Billy just plays so consistently fast and saw the quick way to still get to their main chain.
Yeah, it's just always ready.
Yeah, with that, it's match point for Billy already. These rounds have been pretty fast, and I wouldn't say because they've been easy, but just because both players are relatively fast. They get their
They're
chains
going
quite
for
quick.
the throw here. That's why these rounds are so fast, because these guys are killers.
Yeah, all right, first attack from Helio, doing some hindrance again. Billy deciding to do a 2-chain attack with their own, and Helio looking for just main chain here, had the perfect piece to set it off. Billy having a 4 here, but Helio's chain's way longer. This round looks like it's sealed for Helio. Yeah, Billy realizing that the additional attack kind of ruined his chances of building a main chain big enough. So Helio is not going down without a fight.
No, sir.
We'll see what they're looking for. Billy's thinking.
Billy is molding right now because he just missed an AC.
Oh. Well, luckily rounds aren't decided on catching an AC or not.
One. Don't hurt me. One.
Good. I like Helio punishing the stall out here, by the way.
Yeah.
You can't just slow down mid-match. Your opponent will use all those extra resources and definitely punish you for it.
Yeah, always got to be going at 60 miles an hour, otherwise you explode. Them's the rules. I didn't write them.
One.
I was a little tempted to see if Billy would set off that 3-chain just because Helio covered up a lot of their chain, but decided to just do a tiny poke and go back to their main chaining. 3-chain from Helio. Billy doesn't have a lot to respond with. Has a 3, so kind of counter, but that did cut their chain a lot here. Helio going for the hard punish with their main chain just because of how much Billy cut it. Very good choice here. This 6 double, Billy is nowhere near enough resources to keep up. And with that Helio ties it up.
Wow. Wild green commit there, but he needed it. He needed every last link.
Alright, this is match point for both players. Definitely a lot of nerves on the line. We'll see how they choose to respond. Will they rush and look for a very quick attack, or will they just try playing as clean as possible? So far it looks like they're just looking for clean bases.
So far, I'd say Helio has the better options here for attacks.
Yeah, I'm expecting this 3-chain.
Yeah,
we see it.
Purples and 4.
They also have a really good thorn if they get purple blue. They don't, so they go for the 3-chain instead, and Billy responds with main chain.
3.
This is a 9-chain from Billy.
To this rebuild.
Yeah, it is a 9. Oh, those yellows are so scary though. They managed to pop in a way where it doesn't cut. That's good, but I don't think this is going to be close enough. This is just a 7. Their tail is unfortunately not really connecting. Oh, I lied. Commentator curse. It connects. It's a 9. Billy only has a 2.
Billy with half a board to play, but don't count him out yet. He knows how to play the situation. Might see a Hellfire here.
Yeah, that being said,
covers
Helio
up
has
the links.
Good
Billy
5-chain from
coming in clutch.
5-chain versus a 4 double. It'll be very close on damage here.
Triple,
actually
4 triple. That's another rock, but
I picked the best round to misread not 1 but 2 chains.
It's for the suspense, Raikon. You're good.
With that, Helio manages to take that 7-6, not letting themselves get discouraged with that early lead from Billy.
Yeah, expertly played by Helio there. Their piece efficiency has just been really good in both the matches we've seen so far, right? That the tails in the last 2 rounds definitely just outpaced Billy's ability to chain there, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think a big thing was also at the beginning of the set, Helio's attacks were a bit too wild or a bit too small, but over the course of it, just refining their attacks to be enough that Billy was actually getting hindered from them without losing the ability to main chain.
Yeah, once he stopped kind of overcommitting on attacks that wouldn't do much,
Very good.
then Billy has to say like, okay, well now I have to be careful with my resources, and he wasn't able to be careful enough to overcome. But now we got Hiku versus Dan.
Yeah, no break after that last wild match. We're going right into another one here.
Oh boy.
Both players looking similar with the right side GTR, but still focus on just their main chaining for now. Neither player wanting to go with a greed or soul read to start the match.
Yeah. And Hiku... Okay, so he goes with this 3 double here.
Wow. What pretty impressive 3 chains from both players to only send a small amount of damage to Dan at the end of that. It looks like Hiku's setting up another time. Yeah, it's not enough to fully hinder them. Now we just got some small pokes. Both players are thinking about how can they still keep their main chain longer without being too vulnerable to attacks.
And is this main from Dan? I don't know if I agree with this.
We got a 10 from Dan. Hiku just follows with main. It's a 9. I'm the worst at reading chains now. I got so much.
You're good.
Here comes the groove.
It's even. It's dead even.
3.
But
Sure.
super efficient 5 follow-up versus 2-3.
Yeah, that might be one of the closest
Okay.
rounds we saw.
Yeah.
Both players having very similar attacks and
Did you
only
enjoy
slight
my
edges on either
technique?
player, and it was just after the main chain battles there was finally an edge out for Dan.
Yeah, this is just a gut feeling I have, but I believe Hiku and Dan are probably the oldest players in here. They've been doing this for a long time, and so they've got like a very refined sense of danger, so to say.
Yeah, Dan gets the first attack in, but he kept the chain open and chooses to respond with just setting off main chain. Yellow and green here for Dan. Dan gets that piece and finds her.
2. 3.
Alright, so that was a 9 from Hiku. We're looking pretty close on Dan's side. It's going to be an 8 double. No, it's a 9 as well, with the last bit of the tail, and that's enough to send the attack back at Hiku.
Just a straight out chain there, that is wild.
Yeah, I think Hiku got a little antsy there. They saw that they still had their chain after the first big attack from Dan and thought they had enough resource advantage, but Dan playing fast enough that that didn't matter.
Yeah, I think whoever in this matchup is able to sort of master the use of these layer 2 Hellfires, right? Again, 3 links in your chain is just too much time to figure out a response.
The first attack, Dan neutralized well, but Hiku saw that was a good time to get at least a small poke in. That's enough to not stop Dan from getting to their chain, but at least taking up a couple links of space.
Yeah, because now Dan's definitely also locked in main here.
2. Dare
Good
you.
2 double timing from Hiku. Dan did get the pieces to main chain, had just a regular 2 to neutralize a bit, but now they're really struggling on space and still need 2 purples to set off main. Ooh, this main chain though, will Dan get to another purple in time?
He
There it
does.
is.
2.
Alright, so there's the 8 from Hiku.
4.
We have at least a 7 from Dan here, and the yellows do connect for the 8. So it's just enough, not even a line of damage back.
Yeah, Puyos are pretty much even here. And Dan can tank this easily.
Yeah,
Got a nice red counter going off here.
yeah, they recognize that Hiku would have the advantage going into that, so taking that bit of damage, but now they're using this resource advantage to get their own attack in with a 6. And then we have a 6 double from Hiku though, so this should counter well.
Dan knows this, he's tanking. Right up to the reds perfectly.
2.
Yeah, using that resource advantage to set off a 3 immediately, getting a full rock on Hiku. I think we're getting the margin time here.
1. 2.
I don't think it's quite yet, but we are almost there.
It is very close. I wonder if it's going to end up coming into play, as both
Get my
players are
timer out.
struggling.
2. 3. Wind kick.
Alright, 4 chain from Dan. Hiku only has the big 2 chain there, but still takes almost 2 lines. They are definitely at the space disadvantage now. Dan looking for just those little pokes. I'm pretty sure that last attack was margin time.
Did you enjoy my technique?
Yeah, because you know you can dump out the chain power with only half a board, but the problem with that is you can't tank half a board's worth of damage in that situation, and so it's definitely a scary position to be in.
2.
Barely 2 double from
Quick rush.
Yeah, they saw exactly when Hiku was going to be covering their transition. They had such a good attack timing there. Will they be able to follow up though? Because Hiku still has enough resources to go dig down. Dan choosing to rush their 5 chain here. Will Hiku get down in time?
Yeah, he could definitely was having some trouble digging down there. Just the height of columns 3 and 4 made it really difficult to drop any pieces to connect back down to main chain.
Yeah, that run was much faster than any of the previous ones, and that's because Dan changed up their playstyle somewhat heavily there. I don't think Hiku was ready at all for an attack at that speed. Alright, so Dan is currently up 4-0, but none of these rounds have been easy, and it doesn't look like Hiku's slowing down at all with that discrepancy. Players just kind of focus on their chain. No signs of any big attacks yet.
3 from Dan here, though. What's the play for Hiku? That's gonna be main.
Yeah, not really having a good response, and they definitely would have topped out if they didn't clear, so this is just main. We got a 10.
Oh, got the purple extend for Dan here.
3,
Alright, Dan getting enough time to respond here. That looks like at least a 10.
7,
We have exactly a 10 here. How well will it counter?
9. Clear the mind.
Clear the mines, 2 lines, okay.
Not
And
enough to stop you.
1.
Doesn't have great options here to follow up.
Punch.
Nothing decisive. And now he's just burned through a lot of his resources.
Yeah, so now Dan definitely has advantage in both space and maybe not resources, as Hiku sets off this 3. Dan's gonna have to respond with something, just chooses a 2 double, so it's still gonna take a bit of damage here, but not enough to really stall them.
Thinking in column 3, there was a little too much damage to deal with.
1.
Oh, that green cut!
Rock punch.
That's so unfortunate.
Oh.
I'm not sure if their chain was long enough regardless, but with the green cut it definitely isn't, so Hiku's gonna get on the board.
Really clean round from Hiku there. Finally, an AC start.
Neither player is missing the 2-piece all clear, so we'll see how they start tanking. And look, Hiku actually looks for the very early attack to not even let Dan start building a tanking build.
This is very diggable though. And Hiku not looking so good on that build. You really gotta watch your height differentials trying to build these AC counters.
Good follow-up on Dan. Because of the 1 extra nuisance Puyo and Hiku being unable to connect the yellows, having to spend time to clear that, Dan just set up 1 big attack during that time frame. Alright, it's now 5-1. No all clear this time, so we're gonna go back to our regularly scheduled clean base building. No players really having any forms of attacks. It looks like Hiku might set off the first one here, but otherwise players are still pretty focused on main.
Dan's looking like he has the better options here. 2 double versus 2
Hiku
double.
no, into the 3, very good counter, and no blue for
But
Dan.
easy
to set up
dig,
this one.
easy dig from the double yellows. Just gonna lock main.
3, 4.
And what does Hiku have? Hiku finding the greens, needs purples, gets it in time.
Yeah, 8 from Dan. Hiku looks like they have more than enough here. There's at minimum an 8, but we have the part on top as well, so it's
Yeah.
going to connect into a 9.
Dan looking for purple yellows
And
here.
even.
Color conflicts on blue.
No. Oh no.
Nothing.
Yeah, I think it would be really hard to catch up to a 10 regardless. Just very good efficiency from Hiku. Alright, Hiku's starting to catch up.
Oh
proving that they're
baby,
in the right-
that's a fat thorn at round start. 2 lines.
That is a fat thorn. So while that gives Dan the space advantage, though, it's not really a resource advantage because Dan had basically no Puyo left after that anyway.
Yeah, but you know, 2 layers on top means Hiku has nothing to work with
2.
immediately either.
Yeah,
And Hiku finding a fat 2 double, it's not going to be enough though. Only digging down to the base too late.
Did you enjoy
Dan,
my technique?
I think, saw that Hiku's links there were all going to be just power chains and not anything long. So feeling comfortable just rushing the main chain there. And with that, Dan is on match point. Oh, Hiku with the very early attack here, wanting revenge for that last one, but Dan has such a clean piece to set off the 5 chain response.
Clear the mind. Iron Fist.
That was maybe a little lucky with the piece order, but also really good on Dan to read how quickly they could set off the main chain. And with that, Dan wins 7-2.
Yeah. We didn't. Wow, we didn't. Dan's definitely holding on to the usual strats, but I guess that's also kind of a form of respect to Hiku because Hiku is definitely one of the players who would have counterplay to Dan, the Hoover Dan, etc.
Yeah. That being said, despite the score discrepancy, that might be the most intense match we saw. Some of those rounds went so long with the amount of back and forth going on.
Just so many clean exchanges, just an adrenaline-packed race to survive each of these rounds.
You could also exchange your currency for hype at exclamation point Matcherino.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll see if I spelled it right. The bot delay as usual. But yeah, if you want to support, just go to Matcherino. There's lots of ways that you can show your love, even if you can't directly donate.
And speaking of showing love, we do have our beloved streamer making a debut in March. March 11th, 3 p.m. Pacific. Right, this guy has done so much for the Puyo Puyo community, just in terms of creating content, learning materials, even just talking to people, right? But now he's going to be able to do it all with this shiny new VTuber model and setup, and just the whole shebang, right? Can't wait to see what sort of the new Puyo stuffs he's going to cook up in this new era of PoE. So catch it March 11th, 3 p.m. Pacific, right here. This spot. Drop a follow. Everyone should follow right now.
Seeing that Prime sub in advance, they know what's up. They're ready.
That's what we like to see.
Alright, looks like we're getting in. We got KZN versus Tony. So this is our first match where we've already seen both players play a match. Still in winners. Both players probably feeling good. In terms of the play style, I believe Tony was somewhat more aggressive.
Yeah.
Whereas KZN was still attacking, but a bit more focused on main chaining. So we'll see how those match up here.
This is definitely going to be a test of discipline for KZN, because Tony is going to push all the buttons here. And if you can't stand up to it, well, that's your problem.
Alright. In terms of the chains, Tony actually building pretty vertically. I guess it's just the convenience of the pieces. Interesting 2-chain from Tony. This will deal out the GTR, or at least make KZN respond with a 3. Good follow-up. 5-chain follow-up from Tony.
What? Tony is so smart.
KZN still has a 5-chain here, so it's not going to do a lot here. It's actually going to send back 2 lines. That was such a smart conversion from Tony, but KZN just having great resources to not let it affect him.
Yeah, but Green State gonna clean everything up, and KZN understanding that he needs to set up this counter build right here. Fires what he's got, but that does give Tony a lot of time. He's looking for blues in 4. He finds them. That's not a small chain for Tony here. He's just going buck wild. 5 double actually gonna steal that encounter.
Definitely a bit of a wild chain, but you know what? It doesn't matter. If it sends the damage and fills up the board, then that's a point.
That's definitely got to shake KZN awake now. Tony ain't here to play.
Right, going into round 2, very clean chain from KZN, though they've cut. That's a very interesting cover of the transition. They need a lot of pieces to fill that in, and we see the 2-chain from Tony looking to punish that at least a bit. KZN does get a way to counter that though, so not bollard.
Double blues coming in from Tony to continue the scrap.
Not enough though, and KZN's just rushing. It's too hard to extend off of that.
Time to get serious. So annoying.
Good follow-up from KZN, tying it up 1-1.
Did I hold back too much?
Tony definitely a little antsy there. I like to see it, but you gotta have the chains to back it up.
So we've seen that KZN's got clean main chains, but is still willing to attack when they see the opportunity. I'm curious to see how Tony keeps their chain accessible with that knowledge in mind.
Tony looking for big power here.
Well,
KZN has to see this.
Yeah, they've got a good way to extend their main chain still, but just keeping that 2 double open. First attacks from KZN though with the 3 is Tony doesn't get the red in times to use that power.
Did I hold back too much?
I won.
Alright, good bit of lucky timing there by KZN, but still good attack and takes the 2nd point. And notice that KZN's very, maybe strict's not the right word, but keeping true to the build that they want on their base, whereas Tony's been mixing it up a lot. Tony going in attack first with the 2 double. KZN choosing to just main chain since they had the perfect piece for it. So we're going to see a 6 chain. Can Tony build up in time?
Lapis lazuli.
Nope.
So
And Tony's got nothing.
So annoying.
The first 10 pieces for Tony, no matter the form, have generally been pretty fast. But past that, it's a little bit of a toss-up.
Yeah. Alright, we're actually seeing a different build from KZN this time. I wonder if they're looking for a more aggressive attack this time.
Yeah, lots of single pops for KZN versus kind of a complicated transition for Tony here. So neither player doing super hot right now. Tony's looking...
2.
Okay.
Time to get serious. 1.
Let's see what KZN has hooked up in the Ghost Throw.
There's no green. No, there's no green
There's
there.
no green.
It's just a 5. Is Tony get the... Tony! Put... The blue called 2.
3.
I don't... Maybe they just assumed the green was up there and thought that was going to be full chain.
Yeah. Oh, man. That's the thing about the Ghost Throw. You never know if there's something's there or not, unless you watch it get filled.
Yeah, that's one of those cases where even if you didn't catch it in the Ghost Throw, you gotta at least like glance when it gets to that point of the chain and make sure. You don't want to just be coin flipping.
1, 2.
Well, Tony's been doing pretty well on the coin flip so far, so I can't blame him.
Tony being pretty aggressive here. It makes enough sense when KZN was kind of missing the transition. KZN choosing not
there.
Yeah, I guess they saw only 1 line of damage. They felt this is easy enough to tank and then just make sure they have the better main chain. Actually going with their own attack here. There's a 2. Tony has to respond with their 5 double.
2.
Yeah, and just
3.
has so much time to do anything for KZN. He just decides, I can count this high. I know what I got.
Right.
2. So annoying.
Tony's have another little chain, but not enough to stop 3 rocks.
Did I hold back too
That's the
much?
5th point for KZN. They've definitely got their stride going.
Yeah.
I wonder what adjustments Tony could make to help battle against KZN, because so far the attacks and the main chaining from KZN have both been pretty on point. I think if there's going to be any adjustments, it really just needs to be timing. Like there's being good attacks on Tony's side, but just at points where KZN is able to make good responses.
Part of me also wants to. It feels like Tony's just kind of throwing himself to the wolves a little bit. Because he's just been making a lot of, I guess, like
1.
they're not quite errors, but just
Acid wash.
unoptimized decisions. Compared to KZN, who just has like a very static, solid game plan.
Yeah, it's a little hard. It's definitely trial and error seeing which sort of strategies are going to work against KZN, but unfortunately you can only trial and error 7 times in this match, and only 1 time now with KZN on match point.
Yeah. So maybe we'll see Tony play a little more chilly this time.
Doesn't look like it with this build. I will not be surprised if we see an early attack soon. KZN doesn't have a lot. Well, they do now. They're actually going to be the first one to attack with this 4 chain. Tony's only setting off a 3 here, so they're going to be taking at least 2 lines. Is it? I'm insane.
You're good. Tony kind of running out of space here, but KZN's just firing main.
Both players are actually.
Okay.
Which one made the better read on this lane here? We have an 11 from KZN.
Here is going to be the winner. That's the game winner.
At least I read the final one, so I'll take the credit.
I'm so proud of you, Raikon.
I'm proud of me too. But with that, KZN takes a pretty convincing 7-1 here.
Yeah, definitely. The Tony factor is a little bit of a limited time effect. Gotta re-up your buff sometimes, but maybe it's only limited to once a tournament. Right. KZN didn't get caught off guard by some of these crazy moves. He had the flexibility to accept these risky attacks. And you know, when the probability's not in the other person's favor, all you got to do is wait.
Yeah, exactly.
And while we wait, I heard that there's some pretty cool Vortex Gallery merch over at 956pro.com/shop. All of these designs, I think last time I checked, these are the designs that you can order, and you can put them on like shirts and sweaters, and I forgot what else they got. But you can have a bunch of stuff slathered in these awesome prints. Right there, 956pro.com/shop.
Very nice, very nice.
If you're having a good time, either here or other Vortex Gallery online 2023 events, there are just so many games that are being run. Why not grab some merch, right? We got Samurai Showdown coming up later this afternoon, as well as Dragon Ball Fighters and Central Fiction. And of course, full schedule, you can check out vortexgallery.moe. Check them out on Twitter too. They retweet all the announcements. So yeah.
I've got some Blaze Blue nostalgia. I might go check that out later.
Okay.
But now is Puyo time.
Yep. Next, we've got Void and OSW. This is the last match of winners quarters.
Yeah, two players we haven't seen yet on this stream, but are definitely pretty familiar in the scene.
And so I actually have not seen OSW play in a really long time, and so I'm hopeful, but also a little bit concerned. Let's go. We got the Paprisu pick. God bless.
I will not make any bias based on the character picks here. All right, here we go. Looks like both players just focusing on a GTR base. Different ways of building it from each player, but still looking to be clean. That being said, Void, a bit better usage on the yellows, so there's going to be more commitment on OSW's side. Getting the 2 double yellows to fix that up quick, though.
Foreign round start with the soft drop bonus.
Yeah, with a nice 3-chain to follow up. That was just clean attacking from Void for that first point.
Yeah, OSW was not ready whatsoever to accept that one line of garbage. And that's just an example of how build order is just really important.
Yeah, exactly. Also just paying attention to soft drop bonus. It's such a thing that is so hard to catch in the moment. Speaking of catching in the moment, Void setting off a big 3-chain and OSW
not a single red to be seen in the queue, and Void says, "F it, we ball."
Yeah, this is going to be a hard one because Void is definitely a player that's very good at checking what the opponent's up to. There's not really any lazy attacking. If they're attacking, it's because they see a vulnerability. Right, so looks like we're still keeping up clean on the GTR. Void switch sides a bit, but not really affecting. First attacks from OSW here. Void having a good enough counter by a whole 3 lines.
The 3 double Void was definitely holding on to that one.
But my calculations.
Yeah, I liked the attempt from OSW there, but Void's just too attentive.
This doesn't add up.
Yeah, OSW has to find some way to shake up Void and make him play his game instead. Because right now, Void is just completely controlling the pace of the match.
Yeah, if I had to guess anything, and Void could easily just change their playstyle by that point, but letting Void go for a bit more of the attack and looking for a good counter, because here's a 2 double. That's a very good attempt from OSW, but still taking a tiny bit of damage, but very valiant attempt on that first defense.
This is livable, super livable.
But here's another attack. We got a 4-chain from Void.
Oh,
OSW has a 5. No, it's just a 5.
5.
That's actually a really good follow-up. Void's forced the main chain to block this. OSW also following up their main chain. They're both 6s, but since OSW had the other damage, this is going to be more. That's going to be the point for OSW, unless Void can dig through the couple lines.
Don't say it's over till it's over.
Void's definitely trying. OSW is pretty good. A little scary building in column 3 when they might take the 1 damage, but OSW gets the 4 chain. Void doesn't have the resources, so...
And OSW is on the board there.
Let's go.
According to calculations.
Right, the one chance that... The one time that Void's attack doesn't quite hit the mark, OSW capitalizes.
Yeah. That was definitely kind of on the line of what I said. Of Void ended up attacking first, and OSW read the length enough to have a proper counter to it, which just forced Void to show their hand.
2.
And this time OSW was ready.
Yeah, unfortunately, Void's still clean enough that they just have main chain here. So, did it end up working this time?
1.
Just one step ahead of OSW there.
Void showing that even though they lost the point, they're still keeping their eyes wide open for what kind of attacks might come in. And not just that, but when, because that was a much earlier attack from OSW than usual.
And might get some shenanigans here from Void. Oh, that's a shenanigan if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, shenanigan. Still easy access to main chain on OSW side, so Void is to be a little careful with their next attack, and it looks like they're being careful with it. OSW is actually the one with the next attack here, just a 2 chain. Got a 4 chain from Void. It hurts their main chain a bit, but OSW has no way of really getting to the chain without the other blue. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh.
They did get close, but just a few too many commitments for the length of that attack. Alright. Let's see if OSW makes any additional adjustments here. We've seen that they have the ability to get good attacks in. It's just so hard to line that up well.
Yeah. A little bit of a Hellfire opportunity for... Oh, okay. So he takes that Hellfire instead.
This doesn't add up.
Sensing that he needed it right then and there.
Alright, with that we're on match point for Void already.
Void definitely not afraid to tear apart the base of his chain if he knows it's gonna connect.
2. I see now.
That's an easy tank. That's
1.
Yeah, oh, the follow-up's rough. Let's see the 6
last-ditch effort.
Yeah, I think the first attack was alright, but just need to see that, hey, they tanked, I need to extend main chain as opposed to just rush another attack in. So with that, Void takes it.
Pretty convincingly too, but OSW definitely has the knowledge to overcome. It's just I feel like Void's been playing a lot more.
Yeah, that was definitely just a demonstration of how clean and concise Void can play.
Yeah. And so we're into top 8 now, aren't we? Or we're just waiting on a couple more matches to come in on the loser side. But coming in through the winners, we got Void, we just saw in KZN, and DDR, Dan, and Helio, which was Friday night's match.
Yeah, I will be excited to see those, though I will be watching a little bit on the sideline. I'm going to be taking a small break and letting Riley hop on.
Yeah.
Right, thanks again, Fano. I'll catch you later.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you.
Now it's time for the OG duo. We're going into the lower bracket. It's time to see the hands. I believe Tony still in it. I believe Billy still in it. Billy Frosty's champ, winning pretty heavily against Dan and Mix.
Frosty's champ.
He the 2-time. He made bank. Easy.
Take my money.
Yeah. Hey, look at there's me. That's me right there. Yeah. I'm a bull.
Question is, who's going to take the money this time? Over at !Matcherino. Remember to clip your coupons, drop in a few bucks. $10 dues.
Slurping that money. You know, just slide it in there. Just for the boys. Because they need it. They sure as hell need it. Billy's like 12. He needs that money. Dan, farm up that retirement. He's like 25. He's getting there. But don't threat. You can support these players and their retirement with Matcherino. Exclamation point Matcherino. More at 11. Oh my god. It's been some good sets though today. I've been very impressed with the improvement of Tony in particular.
Yeah, Tony showed up. Holy moly.
Like, he was grinding, I know, pre-Frost, he's like super heavily trying to make top 4, and he just barely didn't make it. So I think that, plus his usual grind, has just made him a lot stronger. Because I feel like Wadek super disrespected in that set. I feel like he should have realized, like, Tony was very clearly just attacking him and rushing him. And he's like, I'm just gonna keep not defending, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, okay. So hopefully Wadek will clean it up for the lower bracket run. But we got the lower bracket Hiku versus Billy. I gotta put money on the boy Billy, the regional pride.
My boy. USA.
Yeah, USA. Yeah, France isn't real. It'll be an interesting one because I always think of Hiku as like the super efficient player, and Billy's always been the more. I like to free roam. Like whatever I decide is what I decide.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Billy can sort of up the discipline and efficiency factor up against Hiku, right? Hiku's a rock. And he's the rock. He's the anchor. And there are ways around it. Just gotta work for it.
I have to resist making a joke, but he's kind of having some trouble on the submarine there. Okay, there you go. He figured it out. I think he meant to build GTR right side, but actually built like submarine. Okay, there you go. Billy's alive. Oh god, this is so much resource coming from Hiku though.
Yeah, I don't know if Hiku has the speed to get this to work the way... Oh, the answer is no.
Yeah, but that's a hard submarine extent because it looked like it was originally supposed to be GTR, but once you build submarine, the tailing forms you need are on the different end compared to GTR, so it's a little bit more complicated. So if you make like an error, it takes a lot longer to get back to.
Especially if you haven't been practicing it, that's real tough.
Yeah, but submarine is such a cool form.
Oh
like,
baby, fat hellfire from Billy. Sealing off everything.
Oof, that's a little rough. It seemed like Hiku thought Billy didn't have a chain. Because if you read that right, I feel like you read like this is a 2 power, maybe I should put a little bit safer. But I think Hiku rushed to like try and get something done like more efficient, so that way Billy couldn't transition through mid game as easily. Oh, this is bad.
Oh my god. Hiku's column 1 locked off completely. Has to open up from the side, but takes another 2 lines.
Yeah, that's just rough because he saw Billy do it, but like, he's like he can only defend with a 2 chain, so it's not worth it to pop it. And he has to hope the yellow's coming in time. Like look at this, Billy's just securing his lead. Like if I had the edge pop here, it'd be fine. Yeah.
Yeah, the board's so broken up for Hiku here. He has to think about how to build, and then also has to, navigate.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very good 5 dig, but unfortunately his key trigger was on his left side, so he's not gonna get any life there. It's not enough. But what can you do besides just go next? You still have, 4 rounds, so technically 4 lives, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, see, this is what I expected from Nico. A very clean, like, right side GTR if his left side doesn't work out like how he wants it to.
And Billy still needs... Ooh. Oh, okay. Has to clean up a little here. Hiku with the pressure, the monster pressure here. But 3-2 double 3 to respond.
But no, he did it. He defended so nicely. I think it's one of the hard parts about Billy is that because his flexibility in the way he changes up how he builds is so different from efficiency, I actually feel like sometimes it makes it hard for Hiku to read what's happening.
Yeah, right. in that situation, Billy becomes the decision maker and not Hiku. Like, Hiku's just doing his damnedest to survive this.
Hey, what's this? Like, you're neutral, are neutral.
I love that.
1, 2,
Is this
Oh,
made? That's
it
made.
is made. That's a really good pick for Billy. The nice to like double color too, like take us a little napalm on top.
Okay, finds the blue-purple extension.
I'm a little concerned it's gonna cut her power.
It's
on
gonna be
Hiki's side.
12.
8, 9,
Yeah, this is actually so nice.
11.
Jeez. Okay, there you go, on the board. If you want this,
That's the Hiku special. That's the iconic Hiku.
Yeah, that Puyo chain was bussin'. You just need a few more of those though. You're kind of down. You're kind of down. We need the
Yeah.
grind. Billy going back to the freestyle, which I still always like the Billy free roam. It's so strong. Even if it's not nearly as efficient, as long as he can fight Hiku, he's okay. Oh, he's gonna intentionally tank. You love to see it.
1,
That's the thing. If you're never punished, why stop?
Exactly. Oh, he's gonna go for the blue extend. He's got the nice blues for it. Just needs one more.
Purple?
Yeah,
Going for it? Oh,
2, 3,
Oh my god, that was hot.
taking every last piece he can to extend the chain.
Oh, so we're gonna go into the purples because of the under. Oh, Hiku's not ready. I don't think Hiku saw that. See, that's what I mean, like, freestyle is so strong, because, like, how is Hiku gonna read that, you know? We can't Puyo versus away from Billy, as much as we may try.
Uh-oh, Billy with some shenanigans here.
Yeah, I got 2 attack, potentially from Hiku. But I think he noticed it, so that's why he didn't send it off. He's
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, Billy's gonna look at hell. Oh no! Oh, that was a good cover. Oh, the blue's right there. He's almost there.
Coming.
Oh, one more?
One blue. Okay.
2,
Here, dude, that was so smart. Oh, he's still gonna get that blue. Oh, he's extending you crazy. He's crazy.
He's holding on.
It's just that
Holding it.
easy.
He's going for it. Okay.
2,
Oh my god, that disrespect.
You're scaring me, dog.
Dude, that was disrespectful, man. Where was the respect for your elders? Like, not because he was so high up, right? One chain would have killed him. Like, 2
Yeah.
trash was like almost guaranteed death. And he's like, yeah, I'm just keep doing it because he's not gonna do anything.
Yeah.
I can't believe what I just witnessed. The disregard.
Disregard for human life. Flagrant.
Look at this extend. And it even goes into like a crazy hellfire if he wants it. He's always gonna offer 2 instead. You got another one? Oh, he's just do it. Yeah. Send him to hell and back, baby. He's gone. Get him out of here. It was just that easy.
And he was out of winner's bracket. Or out. Wait,
He's out.
no,
He's just out.
He's
Like,
out. He's
Havven.
out.
Like, that set was literally just Billy did what he wanted.
Billy
Like,
he just drew pot of greed, drew 2 cards, and sent Hiku to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah. To Hiku's credit, he did try to throw out some attacks,
Mm-hmm.
but like none of them deserved always a match, and they were very small. Like Hiku's, like he's got a very good Hellfire game, and he can do like longer lengths, but he doesn't have like the crazy, you know, like 1-2 power, giant power 3 kind of attacks, right?
Right.
Like he can make them. I just don't know if he's as comfortable with it. And then between Billy's freestyle and just constantly poking Hiku, he just wasn't ready. I think
Yeah.
Hiku just struggled to build any sort of defense that entire set.
Yeah. Hiku has the ability to make these initiations, but in terms of response and follow-up dynamics, I feel like Billy's just overall stronger on that front.
I agree. And speaking of strong, Tony and Wooddeck both out for Twin Blue and OSW. I don't know who beat who, but I'm surprised to see Wooddeck not make the run to
Yeah.
top 8. But
Right. So Billy took out Wooddeck,
okay.
and Twin Blue actually taking out Tony. That was a pretty close set, 5-7 for Twin Blue.
That's fair. Twin Blue, for those who don't know, is a bit more on the OG side. They haven't competed in a very long time. they used to compete a lot in Friday Night Puyo, and they had some good showings. They've gone a couple seconds. They're usually like we're in that top 8 range. I think 5th to 2nd is usually where they ended up at, so they're pretty solid. So I actually think this will be a tough matchup for OSW. So what I remember about Twin Blue is that they're fairly efficient and they do know how to do strong attacks.
1.
Okay. Thorn coming out, but Twin Blue gonna opt to save those reds, which could help because that Thorn only sent 1 trash, so it wasn't very useful. Because if you're gonna something, you have to commit.
Okay. OSW with a strange column 2 attack, but the board is very messy. I don't know if they'll be able to follow up effectively very soon, right?
It's right there. You see the yellow?
Okay.
Oh! The double hellfire. That actually might keep him alive. It is.
Oh, eat my words.
2.
Yeah. I think the big mistake here was Twin Blue was just a little slow. I think they could have set it off sooner and gone to the yellow. But, you know, you need that situational awareness. Whereas at least OSW's big point is like, he will just commit. Even if he can't see the option.
Right, but if you know someone's always gonna throw scissors, then there's only one thing that you should do, and if you don't do that, then you can't get mad if you lose.
Oh, that was a big hellfire. LSW wasn't ready.
Huge!
Wait, what?
Yeah. This is what I meant about Twin Blue, because Twin Blue played in that era of PTG League or Puyo Trains Get Rounds League with like people like Tierra Mist, where the big meta for that league was always do what's it called? Like Hellstorms, you know, that triple pop 2 chains. Or triple color, excuse me. So that's a tech we don't really see nearly as often anymore. So I'm curious if that will trip up OSW at all.
Yeah, that's some OPP type business.
2.
That's that boomer tech.
2.
Oh, I see. Oh, OSW was forward. Never mind.
8.
Try him with his own game, but no blue just short. Actually, wait, he put blue on top of his thing. That might have been a oops, a techie's error.
Oopsies.
Oh, that's unfortunate because you just gave Twin Blue a set lead, and you never know, right? That point could matter, but you can't like get into your head either. But if you lose the set, you're gonna be like, man, that point I gave up on accident. It could have been different.
Could have been different.
Just like getting a new VTuber avatar.
Oh, who would do such a thing?
Nose. Oh, gonna cover up. It's looking. That's a
Sign.
Oh, look at the blues right there.
So brave! So brave for Twin Blue, but it pays off here.
I think he was originally just gonna go for an attack, but the Q just gave him a full chain.
Yeah.
And at that point, it's either commit or die.
1.
OSW just getting terrible pieces, no way to extend. Has so many color conflicts.
6. Lapis lazuli.
See, and that's the type of you have to like look back and like, could I have extended there, or should I have even gone for the attack if I could not make an easy extend, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
if your attack ruins your chain, there's no point in going for the attack. Unless you're just like so sure you're just that outclassed that you just have to take risky attacks to stay alive.
Yeah, OSW looking a little shaky the past few rounds.
I think you missed it. It's okay though. Oh wait, no, it's alive.
Okay, it's
You're
going.
gonna miss it.
3.
OSW misses the AC.
Sell it.
5 chain versus 5 chain, but an extra rock to go on top. OSW getting ready to tank quickly.
Okay, I think this
Access
is
the greens.
yeah. They're still good because there's no way for OSW to dig down to the purple-red extension easily.
1.
So this gives Twin Blue a lot more space and you can just keep pressuring to try and keep OSW down.
Yeah.
Like right, like look at that. T-Rose is still good because now it's still the same situation of I still can't get to my purple reds.
And he's lost all this space to build as well.
Yep.
And Twin Blue has no qualms about.
Oh, you're
Okay,
stuck.
I think Twin Blue.
It's okay. Oh, look at this.
He was top
Okay.
there.
But use the green on the right. It's on the right side. It's right there. Just use the goddamn green.
Twin Blue.
Oh, he threw for no reason. Why did he do that? He just
Speaking of
literally.
giving up rounds, man. Oh boy.
He had to not been looking because that green would have set off a green or green, yellow, green. From if I'm remembering the color key correctly. There is. Oh, I'm so mad he did that. I am not a fan of throwing away rounds when you have an accessible chain.
Well, sometimes the tunnel vision just hits.
Yeah, but that just like kind of shows I don't want to say novice, but the like lack of experience, right?
Yeah.
I don't think Twin Blue's a novice, but I wouldn't be like, what's it called? Yeah, they're Dan Hiku, right?
Yeah.
They're not gonna avoid you out. Oh, hey, works there though. Let's go, Twin. They're making up for last round. Yeah.
I mean, I really don't want to say it, but it's almost like who's gonna make fewer mistakes is gonna be the winner of this set.
Hey, sometimes it's what sets are, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? There is like fewer mistakes means you are being consistent.
That's true.
Like, not every set is going to be like this nail biter. Oh my God, God himself is now playing the game because he's just so cracked. Sometimes some sets are, oh, I just played the set and my opponent just didn't stop me, you know?
3.
5.
And there's like no harm in that. As I was just going to opt for a full change, but both are.
7.
Yeah, 8 double versus 11.
That is a little unfortunate because Twin Blue could have looked over and saw that OSW just set off full and kept extending.
Yeah.
So I assume they just didn't look and they set it off and maybe looked in the aftermath like, oh, whoops, I could have just done this.
1.
Okay, OSW's gonna get it. I was wondering if Twin Blue would see it.
7.
Oh, okay.
4.
Extra link though.
1.
Yeah, this is good though, because that still puts, I'd say it's just a slight advantage towards Twin Blue just because Twin Blue can keep moving.
1.
Yeah.
But now the issue is here, how well is your mid game? Because for a lot of players, once they get out of the key form phase, it becomes a lot harder for them to play.
Yeah.
1.
Twin Blue kind of locked into their main here.
3.
Which is both of
Immediate
you.
response by OSW into 6 double.
1.
That was just
Oh
enough.
no. That's rough, man. I feel like Twin Blue was playing really clean, but it feels like after he accidentally inted, he seems a little bit more nervous in the play.
Hmm.
You don't want to see that. No, I hope he can clutch it out. Like, Twin Blue is definitely very capable. He's gone, a bunch of second places. He's clearly good enough to place well. You just gotta believe in yourself.
Believe in the Riley that believes in you. I haven't seen Twin Blue play enough.
2.
Fortune from OSW.
Oh, wait.
Really good timing on
Oh,
this.
no! Actually, possibly should have. It lost the chain.
1.
But it was still a really good poke on OSW
Yeah.
side to see that vulnerability on the blue red extend.
Yeah, OSW is finding a lot of these punishes on the second and third floor. Right? If you don't know how to build in that area fast, it's actually a little bit of a liability.
Yeah, I agree. Especially as you get farther on the bracket, these players are going to realize how to do it more.
Yeah.
Oh, he could have. I think he could have gone for the purple.
Yeah, I
but-
think you could have gone for the purples too, and that would have prevented this problematic situation from ever occurring.
1.
And now OSW just has
3.
full control over the board to send the finish.
6.
And like how I talked about like Twin Blue being OG, so you might not know some of the older strats. You can say the same about the newer player, right? Like Twin Blue hasn't played in bracket for a while. OSW's on the newer end. He might pull out some stuff you're not quite used to.
And so then it's just a question of, well, which one actually works? And if you can't adapt, which adaptation is something that you just need a lot of playtime to do. And if you haven't been doing it as much, especially in a tournament setting, then that's just going to be hard.
Yeah,
2.
I agree. Oh, there's a good response. No quick 4. See, this is what I want to see more from Blue. Like these attacks, OSW's not really finding himself.
I think OSW didn't want to pop that, wanted to keep milling for pieces to fire main.
Yeah. There you go. But if you're Twin Blue, you're like, thank God. You know, like, I needed that to work. Yeah. But that's what I'm hoping. In these last few rounds, we'll see Twin Blue find more strong attacks. Because it felt like that was what was giving him the lead to me. Was that he was punishing OSW for not being able to respond to these attacks.
2.
And you see OSW's trying to force himself, but this is an easy extend for Twin Blue.
Yeah.
Okay, this is free.
This is 100% no effect on Twin Blue's board.
The greens are in the way.
2.
But if he's like,
Okay, might still dig out with purples, but they're not coming!
oh, I can't get over. Oh no, that was unfortunate. I think that was a little bit of a greedy extend. I think once KOW commit, you can't just do that.
I won.
Oh no! That was a good set though. That was good.
It was
a
a
lot to
good
learn.
set. Both players doing really hard work to try and play around each other, but you know, you show up to the tourney with what you got, and today OSW's got it over Twin Blue.
It was incredibly impressive to see, like, not OSW started making his own attacks to try and respond to Twin Blue, and I feel like Twin Blue's read was he just out efficient OSW, but we never really got to saw that take action because OSW's like, well, I'm just gonna play aggressive now if you're gonna play aggressive, and then Twin Blue just like couldn't fight back, and then we couldn't. I have no clue what the production just said, but that's okay. So we're gonna chill out and have a good time. So that puts what? We have Billy weighing in 5th. We have OSW weighing in 5th. Twin Blue still getting 7th. You know, that's really impressive for your, like, you come back from, you know, wherever you are, work, the retirement, job life,
well, okay,
right?
No, Twin Blue's been on the Bankai League grind.
Oh, has he?
So
Oh, nice.
Twin Blue's definitely been getting sets in, that's for sure, against some of these players, but definitely Twin Blue is definitely performing outside of that Bankai League placement, right?
Oh yeah, let's take a look at it in a different perspective, right? You play 7th and tied with Hiku, the 5th place Western ranking player. You're just as good as them.
Yeah.
Hiku and Twin Blue are on the same level phenotype.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I mean, well, you have your bad days, you have your good days, so it's possible it's a bad day for Hiku and it's a great day for Twin Blue. And, you know, nothing really quite spoils your day like your controller not working or not getting to play on your
my hitbox.
Basically, just your play environment is just not ideal, right? So I give them some grace.
Yeah, it's perspective, right? Like that's why, like I'm like, if you're Twin Blue, right, you still play the same as Hiku. Like someone who is like someone I would say is easily in that top 10 Western player. Like Hiku, in my opinion, could have easily have also won this tournament.
Yeah.
So to keep up with like those players is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I won't lose.
Oh, here's a classic one.
El Clásico.
I haven't seen Void play in forever.
Yeah.
Man, it's been a hot minute. I was like,
and he's been grinding. He's been running the sets with Helio and company.
That is fair. I just know that in the meantime, the other Puyo players, we've all been playing Mahjong. So yeah, but it's nice to come back. I know Void was really working on that aggro game, trying to beat the Japanese players. See, look at that, there's a fat 2.
Yeah.
They were smart from KZN too.
Yeah, KZN was just like one Puyo behind on the second link. But otherwise they had the exact same idea. We're prepared.
Yeah. KZN is definitely like a tournament favorite nowadays. He has become so powerful.
Oh?
Like,
main chain? Hard extend for... Oh no. Needs double greens now. Can't find it for KZN.
Oh no! There is like... we need expert opinion from, I think, Dan or a certain other person. But I'm pretty sure if you're fast enough, you can spam rotate over that 13th layer to set off your chain. There's a tech for it.
There is tech for it, but I need to ask the relevant sourcing. Okay, starting off strong with the Hellfire here.
Yeah. You get the response.
Chain response.
Well, it's still built into GTR. It's just a little awkward, but it works. Void hesitate. That's a little uncharacteristic. Oh, because green's cut. But if you didn't hesitate, right, you can still build out this a lot faster. Because now look how much resource KZN has on the board.
Yeah, now KZN's got a huge follow-up. But yeah, it's blue in time. That's pretty poggers.
Oh, Yellows, will they link? No, they won't, but... Oh, it's only one crash.
Counter. He's just got to tank this last attack and it's back to advantage.
There you go, look at that resource. He's, like, yeah, he has less board space, but he doesn't really have a lot of Puyos right now.
Yeah. Right? Why fight the battle when you can just take the damage and build up? Why spend your meter?
That is true. Oh, but this is looking pretty good for KZN right
Another
here.
red and 4 to get
Oh, it's a yellow.
Really?
Oh, wait, just look at that tail, it's gonna dip down.
All the way back to the bottom of the board. That's that PBT style chaining right there.
That's true. That was just unfortunate from the KZN yellow, like, not being there. Otherwise, I don't think that dig down would have survived, or at least it would have been back to even.
Yeah.
Oh, God. That was a sick mid game from both sides.
Yeah, but Void definitely in control there.
Okay. Let's see what the plan is. I think it's hard to say right now because both attacks have been matched pretty evenly. So you can say like, oh, you know, oh, there you go.
Void sacrificing the top layer of the GTR for a third link.
KZN not expecting it either.
It's the same. It's the same as the match versus OFW, where Void is just not afraid to sacrifice the base. Right? People get. I think people get. Okay, pun totally intended. People get a little squirrely about sacrificing the GTR, but that's because they built Messi on top of it. If you don't build Messi, you know, that's free Puyos you can pop.
I agree with that. I think in this case, KZN hasn't seen that. Oh, let's go. I think KZN has. He's dead. Because of purples. KZN didn't see Void ever come in like that at the start of the set, so he didn't expect it. So he just kept building, and Void was like, well, I'm just gonna do it like this. And now it's 4-0, and I'm like, wait a second, that's a 4-0 lead already? Which is, so, I'm a little, I won't say surprised, because there has been some close fights, but I'm also like, damn, how's it already been 4 rounds?
Yeah, seriously.
Well, we've seen some style changes coming out from KZN. Okay, good poke.
Blocking with Yellow's there. Yellow's still open, but he's gonna clean this up first.
Yeah, gonna push down the green, so he's gonna have to rebuild a little bit. Oh, there you go. He's going green. There, he's got it. Oh, the yellow, the purples are a little sussy.
Right here.
Wait, I think they're still gonna get down because of the yellows. Yeah, yellow, green, purple still gonna link.
Yeah.
That was a cannon there.
Oh, Void losing that last. Actually, no, the purple still works.
Yeah, they still work. I'm saying, bro, like Void knew. It only sent him one rock. Oh, the purples are gonna link though. Ouch. Void's probably just gonna look for the kill here.
That's an insanely difficult dig for KZN.
I don't know if he can build enough here. Oh yeah, he definitely can't be building. Oh man.
Void running wild.
Yeah, Void has become such a little gremlin, like on his attacks and just like his aggression and his way to finish off players. He's put so much time and effort into practicing it, whether it's in the... God, I can never pronounce the Japanese name. It's like...
Hishachu?
Yeah, Hishachu League. Yeah, Hisha League. I was gonna say Hisha because easier.
Yeah, no, that's actually what it is.
Okay. Thank God. Yeah, the Hisha League strats coming into play so good. And he didn't even go for main chain because he put it right up there, which wasn't safe.
Yeah.
I think...
You get so many different looks from playing in an outside league like that. You have to... Part of being a player is knowing how to adapt and switch it up and just Void with a little extra little dab of hot sauce.
One of the common things in the Hisha League when they have that flat line above the GTR, they never place... Because you know how it was purple, yellow, red, yellow, purple? They never place the red, yellow on column 1. They always place it on column 2, 3. Yeah. Because you still keep access to your main chain, but you can still extend off of it. And once you commit to column 1 cover, you're vulnerable and commit to being attacked.
Yeah. And I think the parallel to that is just a lot of times, you know, you'll see players sort of lock into main chain too early. And so then, you know, you don't want to set off the main chain, but you have to defend somehow.
Yep.
So you just lost all your options, and Void's been doing a really good job of keeping that discipline of not getting the key to the base online too early. Finally, Void taking disadvantage here.
Yeah, for the first time it's on match point. If there's any time to make a run back, it's really has to be now.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Kazian just praying that he has the space advantage.
That's still gonna be a 6. It's not gonna be enough to survive, but still a good build. And that's kind of terrifying when you see someone still build a 6 that high up, because you're like, oh god, I have to be on point, or else I would have died if I only sent a 5.
Hashtag no sweepies.
No sweeps. Go. That kind of the error point though, it just shows like how important like build knowledge and efficiency is. Like a lot of the stuff you see, like whether it's Frosties or online, or even like in Hiku's match versus Billy, right?
Yeah.
The big factor there was how well can you build while still maintaining like attacks and main chain at the same time, right?
Yeah, it's not all about your chain length, it's about your accessibility as well.
Yep. And look at it right here, like Void attacked, it immediately forced Kazian, and then he, oh, never mind. I was gonna say he built really well, but I didn't read that cut. Oops. Just kidding.
Yeah.
I lied.
Just calling out Void's aggro build right there.
Is a good call out. Void has become quite like the crazy aggressive player. And this is looking nice now. You know, you got 2 points on the board. You can start carrying some of that set momentum that everyone talks about how important it is.
Yeah. Oh, Void's 3 through 6 is looking a little dicey. Had to pop those greens there, and now they're locked off. So he's gonna have to spend extra height to get back down.
This does not get you a Yakuman. Okay, he's got another follow-up, so he can actually dig down those reds if he wants it. He just needs to find some blues. Oh, he's got the greens for it. He's actually in main. Yeah, Void's in main. This is really scary.
Yeah.
I was gonna pop his tail for it? Uh-oh.
Oh, but Kazian doesn't have time to dig down on this.
Oh, God. That is unfortunate. I think the attacks were so nice. You're keeping Void at disadvantage, but Void built so smart.
The
He saw the
moment
pressure was gone.
I feel like Void just noticed the 2 rows of garbage on 1 and 2 and was like, I guess I can go.
Oh yeah. I feel like the other advantage Void has compared to everyone else in the Western scene, because right now I was still very much concerned the most winning of the online players, is that if he gets hit by an attack, he doesn't hesitate. He doesn't need to think, right? It's just muscle memory for him to build out of it. And even then, when he gets like a complicated dig, he's like, okay, I will just build a 16 chain on top. So it gives him such a huge advantage over the other players who can't really get that same level of flexibility on top of trash. Yeah. Like the only people you can really think of like that are like Billy, right?
Yeah. Well, I feel like
Dan's pretty solid about it too.
I feel like out of those folks, the closest person, well, I guess Helio is actually really good at it too.
True.
The closest person, barring those 4, is actually going to be Tony.
Oh, that's fair. I can't get enough to say Tony is very good. And it's kind of funny, because the joke is, the reason some of these players got so good is because they were always having to dig out from disadvantage, whether it's playing the Hisha League or playing other Puyo players. But there is definitely a lot of pros to learn how to play with disadvantage, right? Because you get stuff like that. Oh god, I haven't seen this set in quite a long time. Or this matchup, excuse me.
I saw it just yesterday. This was Grand Finals of Friday night.
Oh, that's cool. I was playing VR chat, so I'm gonna have to self-snitch and say I was not watching.
That's fine. That's fine. But,
look at that fix. He's gonna go into main chain with it. Oh no, sorry, excuse me, the trash drop.
I thought that was main. I got.
Same.
And Dan kind of got too.
This is tough. There's still potential to dig down, because Helio's getting stuff full, so just sending a small chain to attack. But it is technically going to give Dan time, but will it be enough?
Yeah, because Dan had to spend a lot of space to get anywhere near. Right? You either spend your time popping or you spend your time building.
That is true. At least in this case, there was a potential chance for Dan to get down. but there still wasn't enough time to finish the chain, which is good if you're Helio. It's always the worst feeling when someone finishes their chain, like after you just cover them completely, because that's always like the part of the danger, right? Of saying your full chain instead of just doing a small attack finish.
Nice conversion.
Dare you?
Oh wait, he's gonna just
Not able to get it in time. The column 4 garbage pillar is really bad.
That was a little risky from Dan to do that, but it's gonna pay off.
3,
Getting nice colors
5,
to send it all down.
7,
Only an 8.
exploding knee.
Oh, Helio's tail's gonna kind of self-explode a little bit, but it still doesn't work out. Man, Helio's aggression game has gone so much better. Because I know him and Void practice a lot with each other. And one of the things, Void practices like making sure his attacks are solid. I think Helio's also been practicing that grind. That regional meta. Ooh, there we go.
2,
Dan's gonna be kind of blind for this.
1, 2, clear the mind.
Okay, building up.
Tanked up very nicely.
No,
A
look at that.
nice counter chain going.
Right there,
Dan's in
too.
trouble here.
1, 2,
Yeah, this is like an okay counter. I just don't know if it's gonna be
He
enough.
sent a big chain. Oh.
1.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh no!
Dan
Wow.
had a little bit of time to try and get it back together,
That all
but
you got?
Helio didn't even need the poke. He just needed 2 rocks.
Yeah. Damn, that was pretty impressive. Helio, I should have watched last night. Helio's so cracked.
Yeah. Right, last night I was saying, oh, Dan's probably saving some tech for today, but he better bust it out soon.
1, meteor shower.
Yeah.
Clear the mind. Wind kick.
Yeah, and Helio forced to sacrifice the rest of the board to not take disadvantage, but Dan didn't have anything ready. Looking for blues.
That all you got?
This is surprisingly one-sided. I don't know how the other match went last night, but usually, we saw right in like Havven League, Helio was very clearly able to contest players like Dan and Void. But this is pretty crazy to me. Oh my god, I am incredibly not surprised.
2,
Like, this is great Puyo.
3,
Yeah.
4,
Because I remember when Helio like
6,
had those unfortunate oopsies and Havven League, and now he's looking kind of cracked. He's still gonna make it in time to. Oh god, Dan is alive.
3,
But for how much longer, right?
5.
Helio's
Oh no!
Helio's got the follow-up here.
Oh no! 2,
Yeah, just gonna go for the make guaranteed finish. Dan not even try to fight it.
gravity slammed. Hey for this.
Oh, 5. What? Dan was just, kind of going insane at Frosty. He's been on the grind. So I'm just like, man, where was the studying? Where did Helio go to study?
Yeah,
Do I have to fly to Brazil to learn this?
go to Brazil, as they say.
Yeah, come to Brazil.
Okay, but Dan finally with a pretty crispy looking chain. And triple
2,
gets called out by Dan. Dan was ready this time.
clear
He
the
just
mind.
outsped.
6,
Oh yeah, looking so good.
8,
You
Yeah.
start need to make things sense from somewhere, or else you're not gonna get anywhere.
3,
Helio's column 3 utilization not the best, so we might see some premature cuts on the tail.
Oh yeah, there it is. But it's still not ready either way. And I call him fish for link into anything.
wind kick.
No sweepies. Let's go, Dan.
Did you enjoy
Yeah,
my technique?
so if you're Helio, you probably still feel like pretty fine here. Like you still got
Yeah.
quite a big lead. You seem to have Dan's. He's 3 for now, but Dan's biggest strength in some of these online events has been his comeback potential once he gets the download going.
Yeah.
So there's still gonna be a lot of go for it.
As far as downloads go, I still feel like Helio's provided such a varied diet
2,
of gameplay that
punch.
I don't
1,
necessarily know that there was anything concrete to download unless Dan just sees something that I don't.
I still think you have to look at like you have to kind of go back and think about, okay, what was the way I beat Helio last time, or like what do people like kind of look for when they play Helio, And one of the biggest ones has always been like, sometimes when Helio's feeling the pressure, his tailing starts to get a little bit more sloppy. And so I think you bank on like the old school knowledge, even if a player's leveled up. And it looks like the 0-3 is still a pretty good tail, but unfortunately not enough to take out Dan. But Dan's gonna ride this momentum now.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy my technique?
Helio wasn't really able to extend from that point after seeing main coming out from Dan, and unfortunately pays the price.
I still think it's fine. Like, at worst, you know, it's like, okay, 2 rounds. You still have a lot of room. I think once you have that said, you kind of have the option to kind of go for different attacks and change up your strategy. Where it's kind of like out of time for Danny. Like, you just have to know. Oh, that tail break is going to be really unfortunate. I don't know how you fix that. Oh, but Helio's covered. He needs to finish now. Yeah, you gotta get that 2 out there. Get that 2 out there.
What happened?
Oh, it's so good for Dan that Helio couldn't punish the tail break. That would have put Helio on match point.
Dan also had like a power chain off from the GTR coming off of that attack. Didn't even need to like do any extra work.
Okay.
That's
then,
just that efficiency at work.
Yeah, man, that's so rough for Helio, because he would have really wanted to punish that and close out this round. There's gonna be another big hellfire from Dan. Helio's gonna go right into full, but the nice part was he was only a 2, right? So there's still a lot of time for Dan to extend this.
Oh my god! But
he doesn't get a blue though.
You'll pay for this.
And that's kind of like the pain of Helio. Sometimes, right? Like sometimes the blue just don't come. God. Now
Helio sitting pretty on that match point.
Yep. It's based no more like you can't be unlucky, you can't, you know, bank on some good keys, you just have to play better. And that's a lot of pressure, you know.
Opening 2.
Good poke.
1, 2.
Helio's committing. Can you get a blue over that call? He can't! Helio just cut him out.
You'll pay for this.
Wow, what a good set from Helio.
Yeah,
man.
That was so clean by Helio.
That was a lot of good situational awareness. Knowing that if he got a poke up there, that 13th would be blocked, and Dan would never be able to set off his main chain.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And that's gonna be winner semifinals. And so Helio and Void, the boys.
Oh, Dan versus OSW, that's a tough one for the kid.
Oof. But yeah, if you wanna show these players some love, check out Matcherino, Matcherino.
Want to pay for some RNG right there? Give the players some good, better odds. Yeah. Need some more blues for your chain? Yeah, maybe you should pay some money to Matcherino. Get that good karma spiking.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah,
and you know, if you would rather spend that money on yourself, you can also head over to the Vortex Gallery merch store, pick up some of these sick prints and shirts. You
get some nice anime characters.
When Vortex Gallery returns to offline in larger capacity, you want to be an OG, right? Sure. You gotta have the prints already.
Gotta have the shirt, gotta have the badges. You'd be like, yeah, I was here from the start. I'm better than you. No,
yeah, I was here from last year. Come on.
Where is my shout-out, streamer? Say my name.
Yeah, 956pro.com/shop. Head over, spend your dollar dues over there, if not on Matcherino. And stay tuned. Rock that merch for the rest of our Vortex Gallery games. We got like half a gajillion of them. I think I remember. Yeah, BlazBlue, Dragon Ball Fighters. I wonder if
as well. There's still so much more Aethers.
Is still going on.
I don't know. All I know is I want to watch some BlazBlue, and I really like. Oh, Rivals is cool too. We got Plus R. I love Plus R, man. Plus R Testament. Potemkin's so funny. So you can do that infinitely. It's so troll.
Yeah. But yeah, check out the rest of the schedule. Take a gander, see what else piques your interest at vortexgallery.moe. And
love you, Vortex Gallery.
Yeah, they're so sick. check them out at Twitter. They'll be retweeting a bunch of announcements. So get
all the streams
get that
also on the board
directly into your bloodstream over there, yonder. And special shout out to our streamer for this tournament, Kyobi. Going to be having his VTuber re-debut coming up March 11th, one day after Mario Day, 3 p.m. Pacific. Because that's where. What's that?
Is that the World Ends With You in the background?
Is it? I wouldn't put it past him. Kyobi
I don't know.
World's End With You.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm right. I'm pretty sure right. Yeah, I knew as soon as I saw that art, I was like, I know what this place is. I know this game. Good game. But you can, I like the silhouette. You know, you can see the short hair going on.
Yeah.
What could it be? Is it a jacket? Is it a hoodie?
Is it a maid outfit?
It could be a maid outfit.
It
You
better
never
be.
know. You never know. I'm gonna believe. You know, is that like the thing, right? You gotta have different outfits for the VTuber.
Yeah,
'cause
yeah,
you don't
yeah,
wear the
yeah.
same clothes every day.
Yeah.
You can't just wear the same drip.
True. See, you gotta. I wonder if Kyobi's gonna have the Vortex Gallery merch on his VTuber. Now that would be the collab.
You
Of
can
all
put a
time.
sponsor on his VTuber, like the shirt under the jacket. Oh my God! See, we
Yeah,
got the ideas going on.
Look, you can. I'll send you the invoice later for my consultant work.
Okay, let's go. All right, into it. KZN versus Billy. Germany versus Alabama. All clear versus an all clear. It's time to get started. Good start to this, and no one missing it. They're both just kicked off immediately. Their plays are a little bit different. Billy's got a bit more flat going on, so he can go into many different key forms. Okay, KZN's got a little awkwardness going on. Oh God, that's a little bit of an awkward trigger, but it's okay because he built out of it. But Billy's is a little bit more straightforward. So
Yeah, well, column 6 for Billy right now is looking a little difficult to extend off of. Super awkward. It's going to be very vulnerable to any attacks coming out. But instead of attacking, KZN's just sending main.
Oh, he got the perfect set! Wait, what?
Oh,
Why did you do double green into the yellow?
All according to calculations.
Did it cut somewhere? I didn't see it. Oh, maybe it could have cut, but I still... Even if it doesn't, right? Like, don't you just go for the chain?
I guess?
That's a little unfortunate, but it's okay. You know, we still have some rounds to work with. Got the all clear coming in.
Efficient.
Almost.
Almost.
Okay, we're still committed to the freestyle. It's a little bit hard to extend. Okay, so we can clear it.
Yeah,
See now.
right. Kind of got caught in the same build trap as the last round, but...
I did it.
Oh, barely making
Counting all the
it.
rest coming just in time.
4.
And this is kind of like where the punishment of being a very heavy freestyle player comes in, because you don't really have the kind of set in stone efficiency. You have to be very careful of reading your chain when you are attacking. And I think when you build first, you are kind of like the main initiator of it.
Yeah.
You have to like stop them from getting to like that 14 point. Like you can still build 14s and stuff on freestyles, it's a bit harder, right? So you have a lot more powers usually, a lot more of an unnatural build curve. Oh, there you go, Billy going right into GTR.
Okay, but nice Hellfire first.
2. 1.
Forcing main outright.
All within
Now let's
projections. 4.
here's the DPS check for Billy here. Can you make these chains big?
Oh no!
The double purples.
Okay,
has to go for the
3.
purple into green instead of yellow.
5.
Got some extra power from the purples in 13th player. It's not gonna cut early, but I don't know if this 9 is gonna be big enough.
Oh,
2.
It's only a row.
he's
3.
understicking,
4. 5.
triggering off purples. He's got power on the tail.
It's not gonna be enough. That 9 needed to send back, I think, at least a rock to have a good chance.
Yeah,
But
you
a
need to,
row
like,
like some trash is not enough.
yeah.
Yeah. Hey, the form is there. It seems like he feels like he has to like drop the freestyle for now. But we'll see how that goes. You can always swap back to it later if it doesn't work out. It better test your limits, I guess, so to speak. He's doing good. He's finding the attacks. He just needs to find the kill.
1.
Yeah. He's gonna be forced to poke here with this 3. throwing
fix
away a
his
little bit
chain.
of the tail here.
3.
I think it's okay.
Projections.
Because as long as he can find out his build,
6.
he should be alright.
7.
Oh, there you go.
He
Two.
finds
build
all
it
the
up.
extends.
3.
Yes. That is a good extension. Oh, wait. Okay,
Unfortunately, not
purple.
having reds in 5 to finish this.
9.
It's okay.
1.
Because that's still a star and a lot to deal with. And Billy built himself out of that situation. When you have like a 3-column pillar and your build isn't flat, it becomes very hard to extend.
Calculations. This doesn't add
So
up.
the fact that he could still make it to a 10 is very impressive.
Yeah. But at the same time, KZN needs to... That's the weakness that KZN has to take advantage of. He has to destabilize Billy even more when he's in that build situation.
Yeah, tilt him.
Yeah.
But Billy doesn't tilt like everyone tilts, right? But I feel like Billy's pretty good about like maintaining.
1.
Yeah.
2.
Oh, that's a good hellfire.
Double
see
into
now.
3.
Oh no, Billy couldn't get to anything in time.
And that was a huge commit for
According to
KZN.
calculations.
His base build just kind of left in shambles after that all-in.
Yeah. But it's okay, you take it as long as it works right.
Yeah.
Ooh, Billy, swapping it off. We're back away into a more of a kind of like right side style build. Which it could be beneficial, you know, catch someone off guard.
Yeah. Kind of
Looking nice,
wasting
actually.
the reds there in 5 and 6 a little. We'll see if he can use them later.
Oh, he has a set off.
1.
Okay.
It's gonna be a poke. This is a good one, because KZN's pretty high up. He's gonna be forced to go.
2.
Billy might be able to extend himself out of this.
Yeah.
4.
He's got so much space at this point. He just has to not make those
7.
difficult shapes to accept Hiku.
Oh, he got
Oh,
forced
boy.
into cover.
All according to calculations.
Oh, this is getting pretty rough. KZN is a pretty hard opponent. KZN, I think, is one of the players who can contest Billy the most, next to players like Void. So it's a tough matchup, right? KZN's not gonna like to get it easy, especially if he sees that, you know, he can hit a vulnerability.
Yeah. And if you're Billy, you don't want to just say like, oh, I'm scared to extend, so I won't, because that's just death.
Scary.
That's just asking to lose.
The yellows aren't going to link, but I think the greens might keep him alive. They don't. But KZ doesn't see it.
This doesn't add up.
Hey, got him. You do that. We need that. We need that right there. I think
That's so bad.
I think KZ might have read that the yellows were gonna make it down all the way, but alas, they did not. Oh, wait a second.
Are we getting some
What is
tomfoolery?
this? Oh, we are getting a tomfoolery, but it's not really coming very easily. Okay, swapping off.
Gotta pivot off of that now.
Good pivot though.
Scary for a second.
1.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna throw out some thorns, try to slow down KZN a little bit. Gonna go follow up with a 2. KZN's 2, I think, is a little bit weaker again. So he's still getting covered. It's still very good for the Billy.
2. I see
He's
now.
waiting. Oh, he's gonna tank it.
He's got a red.
It's a little
He's
risky.
got a purple coming up. But does he want to send it? Nope. He's just
Yeah,
gonna go for it. But
He doesn't want to risk the
he's
2
taking all this
crash.
time.
4.
He gave
Yeah.
us all this time back, and
2.
it's
7.
interesting.
3.
He had a bunch of yellows coming off, so I would have thought he might have tried to extend that. But it looks like he might not need
Change
to.
is bigger.
Yeah.
9.
The main thing he was waiting on was Billy was trying to see if he can get away with just tanking.
Yeah.
And but Billy was also out of space to extend, so he just had to commit and hope that KZN either cut his chain.
Yeah.
And that is unfortunate. You have to like hope that your opponent just makes the mistake, because then it's no longer in your hands.
Yeah. Billy on his tournament life here.
1.
Losers
Oh,
quarterfinal.
1.
Oh, just committing? KZN's safe though.
2. 4. 3.
Oh, this is a little subtle. It's just
6.
Oh,
that's rough.
Projections.
what a way to go out.
Don't hurt me.
It was a rough one. KZN played super clean. KZN's
Yeah.
improvement has been insane.
All according to
Excellent
calculations.
discipline.
Yeah, you gotta give it to KZN though. Like, played super strong. Billy still did really well. Went on the losers run. He made that lower bracket run all the way, what, to 5th? 4th? I forget.
I think
He did the good.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, it is a pretty stacked bracket, right? The online brackets for Puyo have always been very heavy hitting.
Mm-hmm.
To the point where like some people even get intimidated. They just like
Yeah.
every bracket there's like at least 8 really strong players, and they'll be like, oh, by the way, here's a couple people who are also really strong that we don't even know about yet. And you're like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Like, it's
Right.
a war zone out here.
You got some visitors over from other communities, like France, for example. You know, you never see them in your own tournaments, but every now and then they'll be there, and then that's just another spot farther away from top 8 for you.
Yeah.
It's just like, well, I guess I'll hold this L, because there's nothing else I can do but grind until I can contest it, right?
Yep. At least, France represented well. Hiku making it top 8, getting that
Yeah.
7th place. I don't know if Vortex Gallery. I know some online tournaments do the medals. I did not see if Vortex was.
Uh-huh.
It's a 50-50.
Yeah.
But
Right,
you see
and-
you get the what's it called? I don't know. You get the little like 7th place on the image thing. I'm
Yeah.
forgetting the name. The results page.
Yeah, right. I think we got the players that I know of are going to be Havven and Yase. They all made it past losers round 3, so that's a good showing overall from
Yeah.
France.
France is a very strong
Very
scene.
good.
They have a lot of unique players. Like Xenotypes, I think is insanely powerful.
Yeah, yeah,
He's insane. But now we got the insane CEO champion OSW versus DDR Dan.
yes, sir.
This guy beat, what was it, James?
Mhm.
At CEO? I forget. At the- I know James was at Frosty's. It's so hard to remember these brackets off the top of my head sometimes.
Mhm.
But that's okay. All you need to remember who's playing on the screen right now.
True.
1, 2,
Oh, looking for the attack.
Early aggression, but
2.
much better response from Dan here.
1,
Oh, yeah. Oh, OSW's down a little bit.
OSW's down, but his chain's broken.
2,
3.
There is potential to extend, but I don't think it'll be enough even if he makes it.
Exploding knee.
curses.
Yeah, because he can't use the red on his tail either, so he was just dead at the GTR link. Okay, well, good start to the set. It's still very good for OSW to build his way down from that. We're going to see the Hellfire build. Will it happen? Oh, it's looking like it's going to happen.
It's
It's going to happen. Where is it?
Still open though.
1.
Yeah. OSW
And-
did.
Dan spots the 2 greens and 1 and 2 on OSW's board and says, that looks like a good spot to attack.
OSW, that took so long. You gotta watch the Dan. There is one rule when you play against Dan: is always keep looking at his board. You just never stop looking. The first 10 seconds is so important.
There's like a couple of key indicators for if Dan's trying to pull one over you. And doesn't look like he's going to go for it this round.
Yeah.
1,
I definitely like to be mixed up. Oh, OSW is gonna go for it. I think it's a little risky.
Yeah,
2. 3.
That felt,
anything,
Clear the
yeah,
mind.
yeah, that felt just way too forced.
curses.
maybe.
Curses.
I was like, I think about how to word that, but I think force is the only word that's correct
Enjoy my
for it.
technique.
Uh-huh.
I feel like sometimes people play against Dan, Void, KZN, Billy, Hiku, you name it, Xenotypes, and they just like, they lose 2 rounds, they're like, I just have to force something. And it's like,
Yeah,
let's take a step back. You still have, 4 rounds of life. You don't have to
Yeah.
just do risky commits all the time. Just, take a breather. It happens. Just try out like some strats. Don't have to like feel like you have to just risk it all every time.
okay. Might see a triple here off the greens for OSW. He goes
Oh,
for
it's a good
it.
attack.
But that's the main call out for Dan. He can't contest that with anything else.
Clear the mind.
Oh yeah.
6.
Difficult
It's good
7.
position to build from for OSW. He needs
Oh, he's
3.
hesitating.
Fighting queen.
OSW hesitated too much. To be fair, it's really hard to dig out.
Did you enjoy
There's too many
my
pillars, and it's like the danger rate of the 3 highs.
I was
You have to
thinking
clear
about
them.
if he could extend with that red, but He couldn't even fire that chain, and oh boy, we're getting another Hellfire, possibly.
Oh yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, it's definitely happening.
Ready?
It's not, or OSW's not ready.
Oh boy.
Curses.
Yeah.
I've been
This is just rough. This is kind of
My
like
technique.
what I was afraid was gonna happen. If you can't, like, this is one of the things I think Dan's style forces. Like, you have to know different forms that can set up your trigger immediately.
Yeah.
If you only have a few, like 1 or 2 forms, you're not gonna be able to make it. Oh, this is potentially good.
2.
You just have to build high before that chain finishes from Dan. Oh, don't cut Poyo, it's dangerous.
Uh-oh. He built so low.
curses.
Oh, he cut Poyo's too. That's gonna eat up all his time.
1. Oh no!
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Still a rock. Like, you still have a pretty big advantage if you're Dan.
1.
And
That's just...
2.
OSW making a pretty good
2.
dig, but
1.
definitely doesn't have the luxury of sloppiness here, being so close to the top.
1.
1.
Yeah. I think the nice part is he did cover Dan's resources. So what this is gonna do for us
Oh,
now being is that
but the
it can...
Okay.
2.
OSW fighting back really nicely here.
Yeah, but unfortunately what he needed not to happen happened, which is Dan got down. The main
Yeah.
reason OSW has to keep sending those 2 chains is because he covered Dan's resources,
3.
but now that they're not covered, he can't stop Dan.
Did you enjoy my technique?
So I think that everyone comes back to just, you shouldn't have cut your point. You should have just built that 5 pillar really high, or 4, excuse me, the 4 pillar really high, tanked it, then set off, because then you can access something. It's another Hellfire, man.
Oh boy.
There it is. Here we go. OSW looks ready though.
OSW has some form ready.
1.
That's 2 rocks, dude, off that Hellfire. Oh, this is good though.
Oh, beautiful counter by OSW. Finally ready.
2.
3.
Oh, that's good. That's gonna cover Dan even more. There you go, get on the board. You wanna see it.
OSW.
Okay, Dan has a quick follow-up, but he knows he can't set off ease like quickly because he has to wait for OSW to make a commit. Like that. Because he doesn't have to commit. You can wait for Dan to have to commit and just keep building. OSW.
Curses.
Dan
Finished.
Did
just
you enjoy my
in
technique?
control the whole time, just bullying a small child.
Yep, I think you can see like Dan was just so far in OSW's head because
Yeah.
Dan had only half a board, and OSW can clearly see he is out of space. He can't build anymore.
Whew.
OSW had all that room to work with
Yeah,
and build, and it's just like you can't be making those mistakes against Dan.
I think the biggest thing for OSW is he just doesn't get enough reps against Dan.
No, yeah, 100%. Right, it's hard to get reps in with the higher players if you only ever play them if you get deep in bracket, right?
Yeah,
But it's
But-
tough.
it is what it is. OSW's run at Vortex Gallery Online 2023 Puyo Puyo Champions is over. My run as a commentator for this bracket is also over, and I'm gonna hand it over back to Raikon.
You are the first place commentator in my heart, Fenno.
Thank you.
I love you.
I love you too.
Hooray! And with that, we have our top 4 decided. Well,
I be
there-
weeping because we saw some sweeping.
That's true.
It's okay, no
that
time
was-
to be sad though, because it's top 4 time.
Yay! What is that? We have Dan in the lower bracket fighting KZN. We have Void versus... Uh-oh. Don't tell me. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no, I forgot he was he was in winner's spot. It's Helio, that's right. Helio's the crack. I should have forgot because Helio played so cracked. They get the Brazil representing winners finals.
I realized I pressed all my V2 buttons while it wasn't on that screen.
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna sneak them in like 1 second.
There you go.
There we
Beautiful.
go. All right.
What's the outfit swap?
No, never. All right, top 4 time. Dude, there's been some really good matches, so I'm very excited. But before that match comes up, Now might be your last chance to go donate to that exclamation matcherino. I snuck it in during my break, got a little bit more in there. If you want to get some more in there too, there's lots of ways that you can help support.
Yeah, the money definitely goes a long way for the players, especially for, players like Helio, Void, and all that, because it helps let them take, more time off to play, because, you need money for rent, you need money for food, you need money for other stuff. So Matcherino is a good way to support the players who come out.
Heck yeah.
Yeah,
So in terms of the top 4, who are you most excited for?
Void. Easily Void. Mainly because he plays all the Hisha leagues, he practices a lot against the Japanese players. He is placed very high on it. I think he is just below the Pro League in Hisha League. He was high A, and I think Hisha League is S, because they break into like C1, C2, B2, B1, A2, A1, then S. And I believe he is in A1 last I checked. He has been very impressive overseas.
I too know letters and numbers.
Yeah. Basically, A1 is like semi-pro.
Potion time.
Got it. Perfect. Alright, well, rankings aren't going to matter here. It's time to fight.
Yeah, especially against Helio, because they're practice partners in the same region. So, you get that nice player versus player instead of Puyo versus Puyo. Sort of. All the best character.
It's potion time.
He's the only good character in Champions.
Paparisu?
Yeah.
I'm gonna hard disagree on you, but no time to argue about that because we're going into the match. So from what I've seen of these players, Void's just being consistently good at everything. Helio has been pretty good at everything too, but usually a bit more focused on the mid-game attacks.
I think one of Void's biggest strength is his dismantle ability and being able to rebuild into his chain.
Yeah, some interesting builds for round 1. Void goes for the 4 chain here. Helio catches how long it is and just goes for their own 6 chain. I don't think Void's gonna have time to catch up on this.
No, he does not. He's dead. Goodbye, Void. Alright, good first round for Helio, though.
Yeah, very good catching that attack and just having the right response for it.
Yeah. I feel like most other players would have fallen for it, but when you play someone so much,
Natural.
Time for the true test of skill, though. Both people immediately pop the AC. Never mind. Back to GTR and other builds.
Yeah, no one wants to risk getting hit by that rock, especially at this high level where it can be very punishable.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. You might as well do your best to stay in your comfort zone. Tiny poke from Void, followed with a much bigger poke from Void. Purple? Helio gets the purple. Good timing, good timing.
Yeah, Void just committed with the Hellfire shot. I'm a little surprised, because you looked over at Helio's side, he had just committed to just making a very efficient chain.
Yeah, I think the attempt was there. It was a bit lucky that Helio got good pieces for setting that off, but still a bit risky. Could have played it a little slower to read it out.
True. Oh, we're going.
We're up 2-0. We'll see if Void makes any big changes. Void has been pretty aggressive, so I wouldn't be surprised if they slow down a little bit for this next round.
Oh, 100%. He definitely is a field player out kind of player. Oh,
small poke from Helio with the soft drop bonus, getting some good damage in there. And Helio just main chains, which Void only has the 3 to clear up some space, so has to catch up on this.
There's a good chance to use that blue. Oh, it's gonna cut though. Oh no, just kidding. The green. I lied.
Good save on the cut from Void. Has to beat out an 8 chain here, which it's at 7 triple, which might actually beat it.
Oh yes,
it does. All the way 2 lines. Oh, what was the? I think Helio expected either a lot more damage or just hoping they could get their next piece in time. Pretty unfortunate there though.
I feel like it was definitely the next piece. Lock in sooner, just so you can place the yellow and survive, but not quite fast enough.
Alright. Looking at some clean builds going into this next round. I don't see any real plans to attack. That's an interesting, but I don't feel like that was meant to be an attack there. It does hinder Void a bit, but Helio has to do a lot of catch up to fix that build now.
Oh yeah.
Goes for another 2. Void's probably going to punish this here. It doesn't get pieces to punish it though.
Yeah, he's so good.
Yeah, these. There we go.
That was weird.
Or double. Yeah, I think the follow-up from Helio made sense. So, if you're already kind of that committed, you have to go in there, but just not fast enough. Gave Void a little too much time.
More so, the first attack, Void has spent 0 time filling in his GTR, so I feel like if you want to attack anytime, it's probably when he's not filled up his GTR at all.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, the first attack maybe could have been timed a bit differently. All right, we're tied up 2-2. Looking at some clean bases other than Helio needing another yellow fill it in, just gets it now.
He's got a 3 high blue, so Void's gonna be very careful where he places his blues on column 2. The
split and the one chain right on Helio's attack was very unfortunate timing. I don't know if they just didn't notice the attack at that, but convenient for Helio, gets a quick point there.
I think you just locked it in after you put the blue on column 2. It cut off a lot of his resources.
Alright. Still looking at clean bases. Interesting commit on Helio's side. This could be a lot to fill in there. Like, they're still missing 1 purple for their full chain.
Yeah, I don't know where they're gonna find it right now.
I wonder if Void's going to notice this and set off main chain sooner. Helio rushed this, but it doesn't work. Will Void notice this though and just set off their own chain?
It looks like it.
Oh, good ability to wait and just confirm that that wasn't full chain.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, Helio can't do the red into greens because it's just gonna cut his chain. So he has to commit to the blues, which will cut his tail. Oh no, he fixed it?
It's a little bit, but this is a 12 chain for Void. You're not catching up from this. I think that's the first 12 of the day, unless I missed one a bit earlier.
There was I think 12 and 13 from Hiku or lower bracket. Oh, all clear too. Nice, the morale victory. Hooray!
Gotta get that any little boost you can, even if it's to your pride.
Oh, 100%. And most of the high-level Puyo players are incredibly, like, competitive, so pride goes a long way, right? Like any competitive player.
Alright, well, with that, we're tied up 3-3. It is a pretty close match. I think Void's doing a bit better at the main chaining, but Helio's been finding some pretty good attacks in. We see the first attack from Helio as well. Good counter by Void, though. 3 chains, setting 2 lines.
He's very good at making sure his chains always work right. His tail's already fixed and built up, so he just has to find a red. And his Helio's efficiency's a little weird.
Oh, that's a good attack. And the most unfortunate piece for Void.
The gift gameth, it taketh away. Oh, how do you get out of here now? Because your trigger's so covered.
Yeah, Helio taking that opportunity and just setting off main chain immediately. Can Void find the huge number of pieces needed to fix this? No, they can't.
No. For each one he got to fix, he had to place 2 more that broke even more.
That all you got?
The Helio's kind of... It's so cracked out. My god. I watched Helio play in like half a year and it's insane how much he's improved.
Yeah, it's been pretty impressive. We'll see if Void changes their game plan based on this small lead from Helio. It doesn't look like it's going to change too much here.
It's a little unfortunate. You got 5 out of 6 trash pieces and not 1 land in the GTR to kind of block it off.
Let that skill, baby.
Yeah. It's all skill all the time. It is doing enough to slow down Void though.
Yeah, I think Void might just look for an attack here. It looked like they're thinking about it for sure, at least. Helio actually sends the first attack though, and Void has no response. It has to commit with this. Helio actually just chain.
It's so good too, because the Void's chain is just gone now.
Yeah, that was really good attention to Void's board.
Yeah, halfway there now for Helio. Running away with it against Void, where I would say Void has traditionally had that advantage.
One thing to note is, yeah, this is our first match that's first to 10, so it's not that much longer, but endurance will play a bit more of a factor here.
It is true. A lot of the Western team does not play like super, like very long stuff. Like, you know, you get the first 10s, first to 15s. I wonder if that will help with players who played in Keisha, where it's first to 20, like minimum.
Oh. Yeah, unfortunate. Helio went for the extension, but no pieces to finish off that chain.
That's a rough one. Gives Void a little bit more breathing room too. But now, I do really appreciate when Void goes for is the L shape. I think it's like a variant of L shape. There's too many English and Japanese names to keep up with all of them.
It's looking pretty sandwichy to me.
Oh yeah, sandwich. There's the other one.
Both boards looking relatively clean. I think Helio's looking for an attack pretty soon, though. Gonna see a 2-double a second.
Ooh.
Void just
Is it
main
off?
chains.
Yeah,
I think
off.
they saw the attack. We're expecting it. Helio does keep calm. Sets off main chain. Is this gonna beat the 11 though?
5,
We don't. Oh no, the tail things completely blew up. There are no greens, and the other stuff popped early.
Yeah, that was a bit of a hard read. Sealing Helio kind of committing to an attack there and realizing that likely wouldn't be able to tail well. So Helio limited how much of a main chain they could have.
Yeah, impressive read from Void, and it brings us set back to even. We're in first to 5 territory.
Right, there it is. There's your L shape.
Hell yeah! Try and true build from a Void. This form in particular has been, I think, one of his first ones he learned. I forget exactly. Oh, can you get 2 and 3 though?
Yeah, Helio pretty much forced the main chain. Would definitely top out without it. It's only a 9. Void has some time to extend here.
7,
Good tail extension. Needs the greens and then a blue. Gets all of the pieces.
God,
It's
now.
only an 8-9 though, so it's gonna be relatively close.
Yeah, but not enough to extend up on Helio's side. Oh, nope. Never mind.
don't
Doesn't need to
know
extend
what-
if he's dead.
No, yeah, not enough there. I don't know why I corrected myself of 8, only to be wrong because it was an 8.
You gotta believe in your reads.
One day I'll learn to count.
Counting's hard, man. That's
Alright,
why math should not exist.
very true. So Void's still keeping pretty close, only 1 point behind in this longer set. That is a 2 triple. Helio gets a piece to at least set off something, but because of the way they set up their GTR, they couldn't set off main chain with that red. Only taking 2 lines, so not out of it, but Void's now way ahead on resources.
Oh yeah. Void's gonna extend up because he knows Helio can't extend that column 1. He just has to commit.
Yeah. This is some good attempts at tailing from Helio, but I don't know if they're gonna beat out the 7. Or actually 9. The reds do work there. Nope.
Oh yeah.
Not a chance.
No blue into purple, link into tried. Dude, like the diving tail.
Right, and Void has tied it up. It definitely looks, if we're basing nerves off of playstyle, Voids looks way less nervous in their builds now.
Oh yeah. Void has always been, I would say, the most mentally sound player. But that comes with his experience, right?
As a 2-double for sure. Void only has a 2 though, so gonna take some damage. Basically 2 lines, but still has access to main chain, so hopefully Helio doesn't rush there. Looks like they saw it, so they're keeping calm and just extending their tail.
I think Helio's very good about reading his opponent's sports state. You very rarely see overcommits from Helio, unless he's like 100% sure that it is going to work.
This is a 3 chain, only a 2 from Void, so Void taking another 2 lines. Still has reasonable access to main chain.
1,
Helio actually just setting off main here.
4,
I think Void has some extensions. That's going to be a little hard to set off though. Needs the red. Oh, but gets Void gets the green red. Oh,
There you go.
that was very anxiety-inducing set of pieces. But Void does get it for the 8. Is that even enough though?
Enough.
2, 3.
That is a shame, but it's good survival technique. Void is definitely not one to give up, even if he's at disadvantage, because he'd rather just play out the round and just be like, oh, I'm dead. Just to keep that, the hands warm.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely worth to go for it no matter what. All clear? All clear?
Yep.
There it is. Void gets it. Helio doesn't.
Oh, the purple?
Helio doesn't
Nope.
even get the piece. Oh.
Oh,
That's
that's
very
real
unfortunate.
bad.
Yeah, Void wastes no time with the additional hit.
Oh, and I just dead.
What
Or-
happened?
Those happen. You gotta see those, because he placed the purple. He could have done it, he just opted not to. Which is fair, some people just don't think the all clear is really worth it. But it's only not worth it if you can fight back.
Yeah, for sure. Void still keeping it tied, refusing to let themselves fall too far back. Next round, looking like mostly clean chains. I don't see any big signs of attack except from maybe from Void in a moment. Actually, just main chain from Helio. A bit of an interesting choice. Void has good access to main here. So we do see the 8 from Helio. And pretty good tail from Void. There's no way that this doesn't win.
That must felt pretty desperate from Elio's end. I'm not quite sure what he saw there, but it was pretty clear that Void Chain was ready. And yeah, he had like a right side defense, but you might as well just force him to set the defense off instead of just committing the full.
I think the read was the amount of pieces on top of the transition might not have worked with the main chain. I can't be certain, but if I had to guess anything, I think it was just reading an attack versus a main chain extension. All right, but Void takes the lead for maybe the first time this match, and only 2 away from match point now.
Okay, looking for an attack to clean up his tail. He might be forced to just go for... Oh, no, he's good.
Good defense from Void. 4 chain. Helio blocks with a 2, but still taking 3 lines, and Void has a very nice attack set up already. Doesn't go for it, looking for a bit more extension first.
Yeah. He's got his tail fixed. So just gonna go for full. That was just too high up. Look at tail fix though, after committing so much into the defense, and it still works into the 9. So beautiful.
What happened?
All right, and we're on match point for Void.
Yeah. I think stuff like that's why people think Void has the best dismantle ability out of all the players.
See if Helio calms out a little bit on the attack. Void's actually going a little crazy on the attacks, getting that very quick 2 double for 4 lines. Helio has not the best access to their main chain, so definitely big advantage for Void here.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you're not gonna stop Void, he's gonna keep doing it to you.
Choosing to take the 1 line, barely in effect, still has good access to main chain here. Here's another 3 chain attack from Helio. Void will probably main chain here. Yep, there it is.
Oh, it's not main. It can the green up top. They will at least defend him.
I don't know, it's still 6. It's at the same length as the main chain.
Yeah,
It's just not the main chain, it was the side main chain.
of course. That's unfortunate. Oh, maybe not. Like that shit. Oh wait, never. Oh my god, I couldn't even read how much damage that was. That pop on 2 was insane, but not enough.
Not out yet, but so limited on space. I expect a quick attack from Helio the moment they get a green, or even that attack too. You could attempt to block. This should block most of it actually, but Helio's still way ahead on resources.
Yeah, this feels like you have to help Elio make a mistake to survive this.
Yeah, but there's the 4 double.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good fight though.
Yeah, definitely, almost certainly the closest round we've seen so far.
Easily, but it's still kind of rough. I feel like the tails are still a little bit sloppy on Elio's side, but it hasn't been like detrimental. He's still been able to build around them into like powers.
Yeah. It's still relatively good usage. First attack is from Void, but very quick counter from Helio. 3 chains sending over just 1 line, so not affecting Void much, but just a little hindrance.
Okay. Void's still ready. He's got the nice fly out. Just not quite sure how Elio's gonna deal with this, because his extension is kind of awkward. He's just gonna commit.
Yeah, but the nuisance on the top line is actually a good commit. Noticing Void had no way of connecting their Puyo in the transition. I think that was actually a really good read. That being said, Void managed to dig down within that time, so still getting a 6. It should at least counter it. I don't know if Helio's 4 is going to be enough to block. Oh, it definitely is.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's still got the yellow activatable too. Or a little unfortunate on the cover, but shouldn't be that hard to get down of if the game is nice.
Helio has a long enough chain. He'll probably just set off on the purple. Not even time for that. Yeah, no, Helio reading the Puyo covering the transition was so good there.
Oh yeah, 100%.
With that double match point.
Oh boy, who's gonna take it all?
Oh, that first missed drop though.
That's a little... That's not good. That's really bad.
And look, they're building an okay chain to make up for it, but yeah, that's definitely putting them behind. Void sends off the first attack with a 3 chain. Helio countering with main, which is going to be a 6.
Yeah, avoid hesitating. I just waited.
Just confirming that they had a longer chain, which they do with the 7 here. Helio had a bit of power, but I think the 7 should still be more than enough. It sure is. Oh, good waiting for their next piece to be able to do this dig. Getting the 4 chain, which will at least mostly block this.
Okay, there you go. We're pretty much even. As he's half filled on his board. Smile.
Neither player refusing to give up at all here.
Yeah, I mean, you can. You're on match point. And being in grands is really important. You get the extra set to work with.
Big 2 chain from Void, but 4 chain from Helio, eking out just 1 line of advantage.
Yeah.
A tiny poke. Void's probably going to set off the blues. There it is. Huge 2-chain into a 3 as well. Helio's got a big chain here. That's a 6.
4. Return.
I think the hesitation coming back to bite a little bit because Ellie got a lot of free time to build out of some of those situations, all because of that one hesitation.
My heart that round.
That all you got?
That was a good one though. Very clutch from Elio.
Yeah, not panicking off of that one misdrop, just doing the best chaining you can even in that situation.
Hell, yeah. Like, you're still good on Void to keep fighting as well. But you kind of see, like, those little moments add up, right? When you hesitate even once, even if you are just confirming your chain, that still gave Elio, right, an extra couple seconds to build in the later round, that which led into that mid-game.
Yeah, what a great showing from both players. And Void's not out yet, still has the ability to run back in losers.
Yeah, Helio Grand Finals is... He's definitely won some tournaments before, like, between the GB tournaments and stuff. But I think most people would have banked on Void or Dan, but the fact that you can just upset your way... And I don't even think it's an upset anymore. So you find your way up there, it's gonna be good, because now Dan, KZ, and Void have to fight amongst themselves. Some of the
Very good.
usual stars in the top 4, top 3 range.
Yeah, no rest for us even after that tense final game, because we're going right into this one. In terms of this matchup, I think both players can be kind of aggressive, but Dan will definitely pull out more of the like heavy aggression. Is this a Thorn? Yep. Speaking of...
Yeah, Dan is probably one of the few players who goes for Thorn strats, and I think they're stuck on. He doesn't bring out very often. Oh,
He's with the 3 double though. Very, very good attack here.
no
I forget most
yellow.
of that. Still main chain access for Dan if they get the reds for it. Oh, it's some awkward piece placement though.
No 13th layer to be seen in sight.
2. You'll pay for
That
this.
is a tad bit unfortunate, but you know, very good dig down from KZN to be ready for dealing with that Thorn.
I think what was really good was getting that big 3 double, but then not just immediately chaining again. Recognizing Dan could have accessed main chain if they got lucky pieces, and just taking a moment to make sure it was covered up first.
Oh yeah, 100%. Here you go. No Thorns this time.
Yeah, this time playing a lot calmer. Here's a 2-chain from Dan. No real response. Oh no, nice 2 double conversion by KZN, using their key Puyo as an attack instead. Dan manages to block, only takes a couple Puyo, so still relatively even. But then KZN comes in with the 4-chain. Dan forced a response with main here.
Yeah, but it's gonna take a big second for him to fix up that tail. It's not gonna be enough time.
Yeah.
There is nothing after that blue pop.
Enjoy my
The red
technique.
purple are just too conflicted.
Yeah, that was definitely a good attempt of an attack from KZN, but Dan recognized it fast enough to just main chain.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Keeping
I'll
it
fire
tied
Dan.
1-1. Yeah, it's Dan looking for the big early attack. Is it coming?
it is. Oh, he's gonna swap off?
Yeah, he saw that KZM was keeping main chain relatively open, so good call to not be that aggressive.
Oh yeah. Now the hard part is how do you make your tail efficient?
Yeah, it's not too bad. And you can still look for attacks with that a bit later. KZM actually goes for the first reasonable attack with that 2-chain. Not too much. Another 2-chain. Dan blocks a bit. Takes another line though. These follow-ups. Dan has the ability to dig. Can he get a red and a green?
You got the red.
He got
There
it.
it
Oh,
is.
look at that clean placement. Very good on him to recognize to not split any Puyos in that situation. I think a single split would have not let him get to this piece in time.
Oh yeah. And look at all that damage that what KZN builds out of that.
1. 2.
Oh, that's a little help into.
That's another case of, I think KZN's attempt there was actually pretty valid. The main chain follow-up was somewhat smart, but Dan just played so fast and efficiently to still get main chain there.
That always comes back to the argument that a lot of players have been having. I think just one of the biggest critiques from the overseas players is how much different is that round if KZN just sends another small chain, right? Like looks for more breaks, you know, the dismantles that I think some of the overseas players always criticize the Western players about.
Yeah, I can agree that sometimes people may chain a little too early. That one's kind of an edge case where I think it's valid enough. We're going to this round. Den has the first big attack with a 3 double. KZN forced to main chain, but at least recognizes it pretty quickly to not give Den too much extra time.
Yeah, the tail's there though. You see the blue now.
That's an 11 from KZN. I don't know if Dan even has enough for this, even with the tail. Sets it off anyway, because you definitely lose if you don't set it off.
Yeah,
Four.
It looks like a 10 from me.
Six.
I believe so. The greens are almost cut off, but it's okay. They're living.
Nine.
Ooh, 10 double at least, so that might be enough. No, it's still a rock, and KZN just following up with the 5 chain.
Mind blast.
I'm curious how that would look if he can actually pop the greens and got a couple more into that multiplier. I don't think it would have perfectly survived at all, but just curious on how much it would shrink back.
Yeah, I think it would have survived the first chain, but KZN's follow-up would have been enough. But we can only daydream about it as we go into this next round. Look, big attack from KZN. Being the major aggressor this time, Dan has a 4-chain response, so should counter that pretty well.
Clear the mind.
Yeah, easy
Just
tail.
a couple Puyo. KZN going hard on the main chain here. 5 chain? Oh, yeah, Dan gets it. That one was definitely a little too aggressive. That was definitely a read on hope you don't get 2 greens within a 5 chain.
Six.
Yeah. Dan even got it too. He just decided to keep extending.
Enjoy my technique.
Yeah,
Alright. Dan taking a small lead, but it's still pretty close.
yeah, first to 7, since we're not in that top 3 range, so you don't get nearly as much wiggle room.
For sure. In terms of our builds, looking pretty clean. KZN does a little bit of cleanup, just a small poke there. Barely does anything to Dan.
Yeah, I think attempt at like trying to cover up some of the yellow-purple situation, but not enough on just like a barely 1 row of trash.
Good 1 chain from KZN. Getting a full line makes it hard for Dan to just focus on main chain. Has to clean up at least a little bit there.
Oh, he's got the cleanup though. He just goes, yeah.
Two.
It won't be
Has to.
enough.
Three.
Doesn't have space. KZN forced to do the same here.
Ooh, let's cut. Oh god, Nate fucked a little.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Seven. Fighting queen.
Yeah, lost 2 links on his tail.
I don't think that would be enough anyway. Dan had the 10 double there.
Oh, did you enjoy my
That's
technique?
fair. So you usually don't want to see cuts in your tail. You don't want that tilt factor coming in.
Very true, very true. All right, so now Dan is a 2-point lead. It's still not a lot, but it's nice to have just a little bit more breathing room.
Yeah. KZN's strong suit has always been like his digging game, so if Dan can just keep that stuff from happening, it's very hard to see KZN, you know, but he's been playing incredibly aggressive. It's like, oh, it's gonna show up.
Two.
All right, good response from Dan. Getting the 4 chain. KZN has 3 chain to mostly negate this. But Dan's rushing this one just because he sees that the main chain's not accessible. He needed at least 1 more green as well.
Yep. And you got double green, so it's gonna clear out if you even try to use it. If splitting is too dangerous.
I commented on this once already with Dan, but that counter that Dan had was only possible because I don't think he split any of the 5 pieces before he got to the piece he needed for it.
Yeah. You are right.
It is quite impressive to not only avoid splitting, but also avoid cutting or popping anything by accident while doing so.
Oh yeah. It's
attack.
definitely a learned skill. Yep.
Big 2 double from Dan.
One. Two.
Only a regular 2 from KZN, taking a full rock there.
Good
Might
follow-up
be able to
from
dig a
Dan.
little bit, but Dan's not gonna let this one slide.
One.
Yeah. I'm surprised nothing else, but there it is.
Two.
He was just waiting for KZN to do the first hit, make sure that he had strength to counter. That being said, KZN actually dug down in that time. Extremely impressive. You are correct that KZN has amazing digging skill.
Yeah, like this always has been his strong point, which is why I was surprised Dan didn't set off, because Dan had 2 different blue-purple triggers to at least do like a power, and which would have potentially stopped that much sooner.
Yeah, that's a reverse case where maybe being cautious of what the person can set off, but yeah, giving them too much time there.
Oh, here we go.
Is this a big attack? Oh, ooh. He saw KZM was ready for it. Step back a little bit. Still has some attack options, but not that huge starting Hellfire. What about this one? Was it? He wants it this time. There's the 2 double.
Death agrees. Oh,
Two.
good awareness.
KZM not out yet though.
Yeah, almost down.
Two.
But purple, yellow, green, another green, he's good. Oh yeah, he's definitely good.
One. Two.
Choosing not to immediately set it off, which is good. Just a couple small pokes.
Two.
There's a 4 chain. Yeah, there. KZN reads the 4 chain, knows it's time to main.
Five.
No, it's the interesting case. I know S2 has talked about this kind of like critique of Dan when you go for like these big Hellfire strats, is that its transition into mid game is really weak, and the Hellfires don't feel like nearly as flexible. Mainly because the form is based on around Devil Tower, which does not chain nearly as easily as some of the other Hellfire tail forms, which kind of like locks out a lot of your scaling options.
Yeah, very true. I think KZN's keeping aware of that. Alright, first attacks from KZN with the 4-chain. Dan also has a 4-chain with a little extra power. Gets a block, gets 2 lines. That's very important because it's actually going to be pretty hard to dig down to that GTR for KZN.
Oh yeah. He's a pretty solid one. It's going to let him dig out a bit
This
faster.
is diggable. Can he do it within the time of an 8-chain?
He's trying! Oh!
Did he got it.
He got
With the
it.
yellow's
Oh,
caught.
I'll have to shave.
Yeah, he needed one more in that. No, that was an extremely hard dig. I think KZN even gained to that point was extremely impressive.
If he had actually had the red yellow on top of it, it's off full, dude, that would have been so. That's another Twitter highlight reel right there.
Alright, well with that, Dan is on match point. As you mentioned, only first to 7.
Yeah, I still have faith in KZN, you know, because of that said digging skill. Oh, that's
Whoa,
actually kind of bad.
That's a really bad nuisance. Can't main chain now, has to clear that out a bit first, or push himself up for the ghost row. Choosing to just go for this attack instead, so we have a 4 double. Dan is going to respond with nothing. The covering up of that link actually made him unable to chain.
Yeah, I wonder if he thought KZN had just committed to something on that 13th. Oh well, doesn't matter. No.
Yeah, it's possible, but KZN does get that one, so not out of it yet.
Oh yeah. And no Hellfire starts from Dan, just gonna keep it simple.
Yeah, looking like just clean bases. There's a 2-chain from KZN, not a big attack. Dan chooses to just take it, not even being a full 2 lines. Has access to main still. There's another 2-chain from KZN.
Still avoiding the activate main on Dan's side. I like this, you know.
Yeah, and KZN's attacks have been really affecting their tails, so it's gonna be hard for them to look for more extensions. There's a 5. Yeah, that's way too big of an attack from KZN. Dan is not going to respect that at all.
It's just one of those situations where, like you said, right, there's no way to really work the tail, so they tried to find a big kill. Just too much.
Good read on Dan to just know the main chain was good enough. No need to think anything else. And with that, Dan takes it.
Let's go, Dan. America, still in it. Feels good, man.
Let's go. Still very impressive showing from KZN. Some very impressive digs and not really letting Dan take any easy rounds.
He is extremely solid. And you saw right there, right, his digging skills are pretty insane. I think everyone always references, like, at this point, like, the 3-year-old clips of him versus Sunred. I think it was in Grand Finals or Losers Finals, where Sunred just could not win a round because KZ would just get some wild dig and then just, like, survive constantly.
Yeah, exactly. But with that, we're at our top 3. Helio still chilling in Grand Finals with Void and DDR Dan about to find losers. Get ready to show your hype in your chat, and you can also go show your hype by clicking the coupon and exclamation point Matcherino. I don't know why I keep saying hashtag.
It is a hashtag, except it's an exclamation point hashtag. Smile. You can donate some money. I don't know what the prize pool is even at right now.
We are currently at, I believe, 83.98. I will refresh just to make sure. We sure are. Lots of ways to go add a little bit of money just by clicking a couple buttons inside Matcherino, though. No need to go put any fat donations.
I can't believe we're at $83,000 for Puyo Puyo. The dream is real. Finally, we are esports. And with your help, we can hit 100,000. That's right. For a small donation of $4.99 a month, you too can help us break this goal. Yeah.
Are you excited for Losers Finals?
Yeah, this is a pretty big classic, and usually these sets get extremely aggressive because Dan likes his like early Hellfires, and Void will just be like, okay, if you want to play this game, we'll play it.
Yeah. Void definitely can play the aggressive attack game, but I think Void still stays a lot on building a main chain and letting the attacks flow off that main chain versus having the initial setup be the big attack itself.
Oh yeah, I think Void's a lot better. At least having something to transition off of. Not that Dan isn't. It's just Dan's, I feel, are like a lot harder if they don't just build into the GTR key form. Like if you have to do something like an L shape or like a sandwich instead, that's where like efficiency starts to be a little bit rougher.
Yeah, exactly. All right, here we go. How will they go for the big aggression round one, knowing each other's playstyles, or keep calm? It looks like they're keeping calm for this first round.
No panic today.
No panic. And we are back on the first to 10 being in losers finals, so they'll have a little more time to test each other. Void is getting that first attack in with a 3. Dan only has a 2 to respond with, so taking a bit of damage, but not a lot.
Pretty good start. Dan's already built high up. Oh wait, good Hellfire.
Yeah, interesting 2-double. Dan needed to clear space for the blues on the base anyway, and just chose to find a good attack timing to do that. Keeping up that aggression now with a 3. Void actually has a 3 to respond with, so not out of it yet.
Good 2-fall 2. Making sure Void stays covered. Can't access the reds or the blues. The red though. Oh,
It's only a 2 though. Dan's got the 3. Oh, not out.
Oh my god, can't believe he's alive. Dude, oh my god. And the greens are gonna help dig down too. I'll get the purples. He actually has access to main again.
How dare you?
This is so scary.
Dan noticed and is taking it a bit calmer. Void hits it really fast though. Oh, with that, I don't think Dan can catch up on main chain.
He's gonna try though. He's got something. I don't think it's enough, but it's there.
We have a 6.
You got the purples too. Oh no, yeah,
Yeah, for the 6. I know. Can you believe it? I count.
Oh, I can't believe it. You're so smart, Raikon. God, you're just so fucking cool. You should play Mahjong. You're so good at counting.
That was 1 round.
Yeah.
Alright, Void takes the first point. This is definitely going to be a long one.
Oh yeah, these sets, they typically, I would say, go long, which is like the good thing.
Right,
Oh, there's the thorn.
Yep. Dan said, we played the slow game. We're going a little faster this time. Void has a good way to get back to their chain, though. Here comes a 4 chain. Dan has some pretty good responses. What will he choose to do? Goes with just the main chain. We got another 6. It'd be hard for Void to counter this. I lied, it's a really big 5. I can't count. I retract my statement.
Well, it still kills Void. You don't have to count if you just kill him.
Did you
Right.
enjoy my technique?
That's a surprisingly quick round after however long the last one was hitting. I think it was about to be at margin time.
It's got to balance it to a normal game length.
True. We have a schedule to maintain.
Alright, Dan, having Void staring at this. Dan knows Void staring at this.
That is why Void is refusing to put anything on that column 1, because he knows.
Dan had such good pieces for that.
3.
Yeah, Dan's got this one. This all clear is not going to do nearly enough. 1 rock is not defeating 8, 9 rocks.
Yeah, no, it is not. We at least got.
Did you enjoy my technique?
We at least got to see the practice from before, where it's like, look for the extend versus the all clear, but don't place it on column 1. Some good 2 placements to let Void stay access ready the entire time.
Yeah, that definitely was, again, what you mentioned of people rushing main chain maybe a little too much. It was definitely a hard build for Dan, but not anything impossible. Interesting minor attack from Dan, and Void just goes right into main chain. It is a 6. Dan needs a green and can't find it, though.
Wow. That's just... They use skill diff, I don't know what to tell you, man. She just got the green.
You heard it here, folks. Just get the piece you need.
Exactly. Just stroll into it.
Alright, we are tied 2-2. Dan going with pretty standard build, so we'll see a slower round this time.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. It looks like just play for efficiency seems to be the name of the game.
Yeah, Dan does still get the first attack, but it is just a basic 2. Void following up with a 3 in response. Dan going to get a 4 chain to counter. Void's probably going to just main chain here. Yep, there it is. We're going to have a 6, I believe. Nope,
still
7.
can't take it out. Oh, I think he might have it.
Yep, very good building on Dan's part. That's an 8 chain from Dan. So this will definitely counter. Can Void build and follow a chain fast enough? Only gets the 2.
Just in the blue for that to work. That's a little
Did you enjoy my technique?
unfortunate. I think he maybe just forgot. I'm not quite sure what happened there.
Hard to say, but regardless, that is a point for Dan, so he gets a 1-point lead now.
You love to see it, the 1-point leads. Better than no lead at all.
Very true. All right, Dan might be
that's
looking for some small attacks here. First attack's from Void, though. Dan just has a Fortune. This is a pretty big follow-up attack. We're going to see main chain from Void for sure.
He has to. He got
this
such
is-
an awkward spot.
This is only a 6, so Dan has some good extensions. He just placed a blue. There you go. I got nervous off the last blue not going in, but Dan still gets it.
4,
Yeah, and that was...
6. Clear the
that-
mind.
Man, that is one of those rounds you have to go back at and like look at how unfortunate Void's tailing was. There's so many color conflicts that he couldn't place his purple-blue safely anywhere. Then got forced into clearing the greens for the Thorn they didn't want.
Did you enjoy my
Yeah,
technique?
definitely a bit unfortunate, but Dan just capitalizing the most on that one.
Gotta make sure your tails and triggers are flexible. If you build too many card conflicts, you're just gonna, end up in situations like that where you just die off the top.
Yeah, contrary to popular belief, the game does not just give you the perfect piece every time.
Nope.
Oh,
You
big
get
attack from
fired.
Void.
Oh no!
Too
enough.
fast, 2-double.
Pay for this.
Very, very clean attack. Dan had some responses, but no piece within that very short time frame.
Oh, yeah. He's gonna keep that, that lead small, so that way he can get back in it just a little bit faster.
For sure. Dan's definitely been playing a much slower game. I spoke a little too soon. There's the big 2-double. I think specifically Dan was purposely building what looked like a slower chain to have Void pay a little less attention. I think it's the first time Dan's built regular GTR and then still attack fast. That being said, great dig by Void here.
You never count him out.
Oh
Oh, that's a rock, and then Dan has to figure out where his reds are gonna come from. Oh no. Oh, you got the yellow blue up there? Oh,
Yeah.
wait. Wasn't quite correct, but still down.
It's only a 3 versus a 4. Gets filled in again. This time there's not enough pieces to connect with, so Void has huge advantage. Even with these 1 chains, I expect the big attack from Void. There's the 2-double.
And that survival was almost insane from Dan. I think he meant for the yellow to be up there, not the blue. Which would have extended his link a little bit more.
Yeah, really good first attack from Dan, but just not enough damage to fully seal Void out.
In fact, even we go. Whee!
Both players have responded to each other quite well in this match. Hell, Void wants the all clear. It's a 5-chain all clear. Dan builds so clean though. It's only a 6, but it's gonna be enough to at least counteract this all clear.
Clear the mind.
I think 6 is usually what you go for, because at least will always counter the rock, but I think most people would say go for 7.
Yeah.
1, 2.
Good 4-chain from Dan to more than counter the all clear rock here. Only a 2-chain from Void, so taking 2 lines and not that many pieces to work with.
Yeah, just not enough space for him to do what he wanted to.
There's a 3-chain. Yeah, but Dan's got the 5-chain response. I don't think there's any catching up from this one.
No, all cricks is a 1 trash. Feels bad. Oh yeah, there he's gone. They just barely hang on to this lead. That's what you want. It doesn't matter if you win by 1 point or 10 as long as you win this set.
Alright. Looking like some clean builds. I know I've spoken too soon on that with some of Dan's builds, but it's looking pretty normal for now. Actually, pretty close to the same builds in general here.
Yeah. Dan seems to not really be looking for his Hellfire shots nearly as much. Maybe aware that Void's also keeping too much of an eye out for them.
3.
Yeah, Void actually went for the first attack with the 3-double. Dan's only real response was the Bane chain here, which is still a 10. That's a really fast 10 chain. Void might be able to catch up, but it'll be hard.
It's looking like it's gonna be close.
I think it's also a 10.
Yeah, he's gonna have the purple link as well, the
It's a
yellow.
9, so not enough.
Almost though. So it doesn't get you, almost doesn't get you anywhere though.
That was just a very, very efficient round for Dan. Just focused on main chain the whole time, saw an attack, set off main chain.
Yeah. Now the question is, how will Void try to find his advantages now? if his attacks aren't really working out like he wants, he's got to rethink when he's trying to time these bad boys.
Yeah, exactly. Dan's the first one to attack on this one. 2 double. Void has a very good 4-chain counter. Is Dan just gonna basically has to tank this? Takes 2 lines, which sort of seals off the GTR. Not entirely, but Void's using that. Thinks that's enough time. It just sets off their 5-chain or 4 double.
Oh yeah, and he's on a double too to make sure he doesn't get that extra time from the 5. Very smart. Make sure he's closed out.
Yeah. Void is definitely being a bit more of the aggressor here. Not always attacking first, but usually having the slightly beefier attacks.
He's got a very good defensive game. So maybe that's just the play, right? You just wait for Dan to overcommit on a larger on an attack, so you just send the larger one back.
Yeah, Dan being smart, making just a small attack this time to see how Void responds. Void chooses to tank the 1 line. You see a 3-chain attack now. Void only has the 2. Is he going to main chain time? He does get the main chain.
Dan has all the extension time now, though, so it's going to be a potentially scary.
This is an 8 double, I believe, which means Dan better set this off on this next purple, which he does get.
2.
It's looking pretty good right now. I'm pretty sure it's going to kill Void.
6, 7.
Yeah, get the pretty dead. Oh, wait, no.
No. Not out yet.
Oh, wow, I actually did trade back. Oh, 1.
Void staying so calm. Dan has the resource advantage, though, and chooses to cash in it immediately with this 5-chain. Void's rushing. Can he get another blue? He does. This is only going to be a 2 double, or the sketch is going to reach into a 4. So, taking 1 line, but again, resource-wise, Dan's so far ahead, immediately going into another 4-chain attack.
Wind kick.
Void looking... I'm honestly very impressed by the make-it from both. Like, even though, like, you know, they're not always trading back, the fact that it's being forced into, like, these 2-3 juggles before someone goes out is really impressive to see.
Yeah, like, that Void keeping up even that much was very strong. Dan just knew how to keep the advantage the whole time. Alright, we are looking at another calm round. No big attacks yet. First one's just a small 1-chain from Dan.
Oh, good. Clear out the blues on Void's side. Get rid of his tail.
Yeah, there's 2 double from Dan. Void basically forced a main chain here. We got a
Look at there's
7.
no blues.
Yeah,
That was good. A good commit from Void, because Dan was going to be forced to split all of his blues on the GTR if he wanted to finish it, which would have slowed him down significantly versus building the tail. So he kind of got forced into helping you get like a double blue to kind of help speed up the process.
yeah, a bit unfortunate there. Void just capitalized on it well.
Gotta keep those GTRs ready.
You sure do. Alright, no signs of early attacking, getting into the mid-range on the 2nd floor. Dan looks like he's got a couple attacks ready, but Void's actually the first one with a 2 triple. At that timing, Dan only has a basic 2-chain response. What a big attack from Void. Gonna follow up with a basic 2-chain while Dan has no resources. Though Dan does get a 2-chain defense.
It just doesn't seem like it's going to be quite enough because Void still doesn't have the 5 and just not an easy way down to those blues. Oh,
2,
maybe?
3.
No, it's only a 4, unfortunately.
I'm trying to think like how if it's like the yellow. I guess we do like yellow, blue. Try and get down from that, but that requires so much of the same color.
Yeah, that and just with the spacing, like you can only place so many Puyo up there.
Yeah. But bringing us back even once again, first to 3. Oh, God, dude, this has been so close the entire time. It's been so much fun to watch.
100% agree. Right, no real attacks yet, just some good old main chaining. Might see an attack from Dan if he gets the purple. Chooses to actually just set up main chain, so main chain's ready. Void sets off main chain first here, even without a big attack in the way.
Yeah, that's a little surprising, but he's got an extension, or if he wants to save the reds.
It's a 12. Dan gets such a good extension though. This is going to be a nail biter.
Look at how much power is going to deal on the tail end as well.
It's an 11 double. I don't think the reds work properly here. It's not.
Oh no! That's such a shame.
That's so unfortunate.
You'll pay for this.
Well, that actually puts Void finally in the set lead again. Void, keeping the mental strong, the comeback never out factor.
That's definitely a good round to show like why both players have been attacking so much though, because you can see the big types of chains that they can make if they're not really hindered.
Yeah. And then you can kind of see what happens if you feel pressured to constantly extend more. You end up in the situation where you may not have a working tail.
Yeah, exactly.
1,
All right, Dan going with the 2 chain, bit of a poke. Void doesn't really have a response.
2,
Dan falling with the 2 double. Void doesn't have the blue to defend against that, so Dan manages to sneak that one in.
did you enjoy my
Let's
technique?
go. Love to see it. Void had an option to send off a week or two, but he did not want to be the one still taking trash and spending resources. Because then he just lose even more time. But unfortunately, sometimes you just have to know when to take the hit, even if it loses you time.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're looking at some clean builds. No signs of early attacks. Maybe one coming from Void soon. There it is. There's the 3 chain. How will Dan respond?
1,
With his own little
2.
2-3.
rock punch.
Right,
Look
decent
at that.
response. Void chooses to just main chain. I can kind of understand with how hard it might be to fill in columns 1 and 2 for Dan, but still a bit.
Oh. Still a bit hard extension.
The reds.
Short.
Oh no!
The red in column 2 is going to cut.
You'll pay for this.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Dan just had a very awkward extension in general with how his chain ended up after the attack.
Yeah, exactly. But with that, Void is on match point.
Oh wait, those blues are an issue on Dan's side.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I know he's choosing to just do a 3-chain attack, find a different option for maybe winning this, and Void doesn't have a response. Has some Puyos there, but not enough to like rush main chain, so just chooses the 2-chain here.
Yeah, I think Boy has to see it now.
2,
Got the dig.
3,
Oh, Dan probably didn't read that the dig was possible there.
Oh yeah, Dan might have just felt the nerves after making that pretty big conflict on his tail.
pay for this.
But it's gonna give Void that 10-8 victory and put him back in his rematch with his hometown training partner Helio.
Yeah, what a set. That first round alone felt like half the set.
Yeah, dude, that was insane. But man, I wish it didn't end that way though. That was a little unfortunate.
Yeah, it's
But-
unfortunate, but it happens. Nerves come up, exhaustion comes up, but like we said, with first to 10, there's going to be a little bit more of an endurance battle.
Oh yeah, and Void definitely has the endurance from his practice. But now he's got to win 2 more if he wants a shot at that title. Helio got 2 sets to work with, so that nice winner side advantage. And look at this bracket, man. Hiku, Twin Blue, an OSW Billy, KZND or Dan. That's a pretty stacked top 8.
Is indeed very stacked. I would not be surprised with any of the people in grand finals.
Oh yeah. And then you still think there's still some of the other players who didn't even make top 8, and you're like, wow, I can't believe they're not in this top 8, because it's just one of those tournaments where so many strong contenders are coming out, and then it just leaves you like, who can be the last man standing of the best? You love to see it.
Yeah. And even though we're close to the end of Puyo, we're not anywhere near the end of the tournaments for Vortex Gallery. It's going to be some Blaze Blue, some Undernight, some Rivals of Aether, so many other great matches and streams to watch throughout the day.
Watch some plus art, see who's the best Bridget player, the best character.
No bias at all.
Yeah, I don't even pretend not to be biased on stream. Like, I cheer for the homies. What you see is what you get.
Fair enough. But yeah, if you want to see what all of those times for those matches are, go to vortexgallery.moe.
They're also on the screen, so you can see like 2 hours, 20 minutes on the 25th for Rivals of Aether. You guys see those Twitches as well. You got the Zate FGZ, Mash Mix, all the good stuff. You just want to like, oh man, after Puyo, I need something to watch. All the good stuff. You can also, donate more money to Match Reno. You can buy merch. See, there you go. Give Match Reno your money. Don't worry. Actually, wait. No, I'm not gonna make that joke.
Yeah, it's not hashtag, it's not @, it's not asterisk, it's exclamation Matcherino.
Yeah. You know, players appreciate it. You know, the orgs appreciate it. The events appreciate it. So any money that you want to spare, it goes a long way. Especially if you go to the Vortex Gallery shop as well. They have all, you know, their nice anime merch. I'm a big fan of the one on the right. The smugness, the aura, it taunts me.
I want that third one.
Okay, third one is pretty good too.
Long live Vortex.
Hell yeah. I just like it when the character's smug. You know, it's like when you taunt someone in Puyo or in a fighting game, and then you win the round, you have to live with that. Knowing that you got away with it.
You can hear them mentally saying, oh ho.
Yeah. Easy. Or, you know, it's like when you Riichi and someone else sumos immediately.
You are so mahjong pilled right now.
I am, dude. I am addicted to it. Someone's actually like, what's up?
To say, how did that happen?
I don't know how that happened. Someone introduced me to Mahjong, and I started playing more, and then I went to a parlor, I started playing more. I was supposed to practice Puyo for this event, but then my controller broke. I said, guys, I'm not practicing anymore, just go play Mahjong. And then we ended up just playing Mahjong instead.
Conspiracy theory, Riley broke his controller on purpose just to play more Mahjong.
That's right, I broke my controller 6 months ago because I knew this would happen. And I purposely refused to buy a smoldering because I didn't want to burn down my apartment trying to set a flame to a cable.
I am wondering if there's any VTubers with any things happening soon. I don't know, it's on my mind, but I'm having trouble drawing it up. Oh, who's that VTuber?
I don't know.
Kyobi.
Are you sure?
Go, welcome back, Kyobi. I'm partially sure. I don't think it's another random person on Kyobi's stream. So if you want to go say hi to Kyobi, coming back March 11th at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Yeah, he does those Puyo reviews. He has his VR chat stuff going on. He plays rhythm games. A couple streams, right, he'll be grinding the rhythm game ladder. Next stream, it's like, oh, we're in VR chat. Next stream, it's sorry, guys, I'm on production. But tomorrow, he'll be on Puyo. Or whatever game he happens to be on. We love Kyobi.
Even if you can't make that Reedy Bay stream, make sure to show Kyobi a lot of love in the stream right now for helping run this Puyo tournament.
Yeah, Kyobi's cracked. He came out the Frosties, got a third place. I think it was third or fourth. I forget. He commentated. He's cracked. One of the best swap players. You got that Tetris. You got the Puyo. You got it all. Got the looks. My God. Wow, nice background, by the way.
I'm getting too antsy. I need those finals. I'm craving it. Oh, there we go. My addiction is about to be sated.
Yeah, they need that, you know, the bathroom break. You know, get the water. Gotta quench the thirst before you enter the heat of battle.
What are your predictions for these grand finals?
Honestly, I have no clue. I feel like it legit could go either way because Void and Helio play each other so much, and Helio's improvement's been insane. So I want to go for Void because we've been homies, but I think Helio has like such a good chance, especially being on the winner side of things.
Yeah.
But see, like at least like Helio picks the second best character too, so it's like damn, even the character choices are good.
Yeah, as a quick note, like we did see it very recently, but Helio did just beat Void, but only 10-9. It was extremely close, so this is going to be a very intense match regardless, and here we go.
Now here's the mental mind game. Void has the warm-up, right? Because he's been playing all the sets. Helio's been on break time.
Yeah, it's always that side of, is it better to keep yourself warmed up or get the break to cool down?
That's true. I know some players prefer, you know, to have the game keep going. But it's a really weird way of building your GTR from Void after... Like, it's very good after, like, how he had that unfortunate mishap. And also, like, this looks really hard to extend.
It's getting tough. We do see the 9 chain from Helio. Void does get to their chain. It is possibly enough. Those yellows don't... No, the yellows work fine because of the tail.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God.
What a 10 chain from Void. Not letting Helio steal that first round.
Let's hear. It really just impressive from Void to just fix that GTR after the little yellow-blue mishap there. But you love to see it.
Yeah, oh, big attack for Void. these two purples. Helio gets the two purples, but it's only two double because of the yellows in that spot. Still takes 2 lines, not topping out because of that, but it's still becoming a disadvantage from that.
Yeah, no way to access those resources easily. Void literally just building whatever he wants.
Yeah. Small attack from Helio. I think Void's gonna play this pretty calm until Helio commits to that chain. There it is.
Oh yeah.
3.
Pretty good dig down though, right? You get the nice 6 chain.
Yeah, I'm surprised Void rushed that chain so much. Definitely had enough time to get an extension. Still wins that one with 1 line, but it might have just been the round 1 if there was the extension.
That's true. Maybe just thought that it wasn't a 6, didn't expect the purples to link.
Very true. That was a really good dig on Helio's part.
2.
Only a 2 chain on this one though. Void does follow up with their main chain yet again. We have another 6, and this time Helio still has a lot of good resources. This is still a 6 from Helio.
4.
Yeah, man. Elliot's refusing to die here. And he's just keeping himself alive. Void's just trying to end it.
Yeah, that time though Void had the extra power, so Helio took 3 lines, which just gave too little time to follow up on Void's next attack.
Hell, yeah, you love to see it. Man, I can feel myself getting antsy. I'm like staying out of my chair.
I managed to stay in my chair, but I will not deny there have been some very good rounds so far.
Oh, yeah. The best rounds, all the rounds. So, I'm not quite sure how Void Tail's gonna work. And, oh, there you go.
It's okay enough. Definitely has to spend a little extra time on it though, and Helio's choosing to just go with the 4 chain. Very interesting choice. Void just has the 5 chain response.
Yeah, maybe just didn't think his tail would fix itself. I'm not quite sure, but it's gonna give Void a very good spot in this round again.
Yeah. Helio luckily making it only a 1-line attack, but Void just
Also
having the extra
okay.
resource finds the all clear. All AC
Oh no. This is gonna be 3-0 start for Void. The momentum from playing Dan and the other players keeping him warm, keeping him toasty.
We'll see if Helio makes any adjustments. I don't think there's been any particularly bad play. It's just been Void reading a lot of the situations very well and not giving any room after getting an advantage.
Look at his tail too. But he's putting a lot of effort into the tail. I feel like Helio probably should have poked some of that GPR a little bit.
Speaking of poke, there's a 3 chain from Helio. Void has a 3 chain as well to block the majority of this. The lockdown?
3.
Oh, not locking the GTR spot. That was so greedy.
That was it was such a greedy bank, but I kind of have a little bit of respect for it. If it worked right, it would have been great.
Yeah, definitely a reasonable attempt there. Maybe a little too aggressive, but not out of it. Still some digging potential here. There's a 3 chain from Helio. Void's going to respond with their 5 chain.
Yeah.
1.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be enough to survive. Power 5 is really strong. Probably just barely going to kill.
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't want to assume it's nerves, but it does seem like Helio's playing a bit more aggressive throughout these rounds.
Yeah, but I'm not. Yeah, I don't know if it's nerves or he's just like trying to limit test or something, but it definitely is a little weird.
Helio does have the winner's advantage though, so even if a lot of this set is used to test ideas and such, even if Void wins this, there's still another first to 10 to go.
Oh yeah, but man, he's getting covered. Oh, he's gonna get down for 3. That's really good. Oh, Helio's alive.
Oh, good speed on Helio's side. Gets to their main chain. It's only a 6, but a 6 is more than enough here. Oh,
Yep.
wait, Void gets the double blue? It's still not enough. 5 chains still gonna probably take close to a rock there.
Oh,
Yeah.
you just want to be on the board right now, no matter what it takes. 'Cause, man, that is a pretty strong start from Void. Even still, you gotta make up for.
No sweepies in these finals.
Thank God, no one wants to see us sweep in grand finals. People want to see you fight to the death for their amusement.
Alright. Looking like not super similar builds. Void focusing more on the transition and Helio focusing more on the tail.
Yeah. I think it's looking pretty safe now. Got the double L's on Helio's
Ooh.
side. You can convert to
Quick
many
2
things.
double from Void in response, catching Helio off guard there. Oh, it's a hard
Same
situation.
time.
Oh.
Oh! 1 piece too slow for the main chain, and just like 2 pieces too slow for the dig out. Ouch.
Yeah, those are always rough rounds where you know exactly what you want to do, but are just like slightly short of it.
Yeah, man, those are definitely the most brutal. Cause you're just like, come on, game, give it to me. And he's like, eh, maybe.
Right, first attack is from Helio. 2-chain, doesn't fully block, but makes Void need to spend a little bit of time cleaning that out.
Yeah. Well, it's a little awkward for Void to dig out, though. This will be okay.
Just using to get some relative attacks. This is main chain from Helio.
Ooh, I love
Only a
that
7
one.
from Helio. Yeah, Void is a pretty easy chain here. That's a 10 chain. Helio's not catching up on this one.
It just feels like the adaptation from Void to Elio's earlier game plans is showing up strong. Mixed in with like, it feels like a little bit of nerves from Elio.
Yeah, I think part of it is just that they know Void's really good at catching up from a bad position and just hoping to seal it before Void can get to that point. But definitely need to read a little more on how easy it is for Void to get out of the situation.
I agree.
Right,
There
I
we
think
go.
we're gonna see an attack from Void. Goes with 2. Helio has main chain response. Going to give Void a lot of time to build.
I feel like a lot from the set from the other one is that we're seeing Elio just finish his chain, or like finish his trigger, like a lot faster and sooner than we did in the other one, which here works out really nicely.
Yeah, this time because Void was so focused on attacks and kind of just building up on top of the tail a lot, it was a lot harder to extend. So this time Helio just main chaining actually paid off.
Let's go. Hopefully he can keep it up. You know, still have to be a bit careful about how quickly you finish that trigger, because you don't want to get locked into your main chain all the time.
Yeah, for sure. Right.
Oh,
Tiny poke, not sealing out the GTR, never punished.
It does kind of make his tailing a little bit awkward, because now he's res in column 1 and he has like a pillar in 3.
Yeah. Oh, 4-chain from Void. Helio has the main chain here. There it is. A
Should be
4
good.
triple.
Not enough time.
Oh, the fact that it was a 4 triple and not anything longer was so good for just not giving Void that time.
Oh yeah, it was so nasty. Anything else Void would have probably gotten out of that.
Yeah, but now it looks like Void's the one getting a little bit antsy. Not so much so, but being a bit more aggressive, and Helio has calmed down to the point of being able to punish those now. You see attack from Void. First attack's from Helio. Little tank. Void's like, wait, oh, we covered that up.
Oh,
Can you get the
what?
yellows? No. Oh,
Okay, that has
That
to be an
was-
oopsies.
I actually don't think that was an oopsies. I think Void just didn't expect Helio to have the follow up so fast. There was still a way to get your chain off through the nuisance Puyo. But that still requires having some amount of time, and Helio set off another 2 chains so fast.
Yeah, you gotta keep an eye on your opponent. You're also just gonna hit you while you're not looking.
Yeah, and with that, Helio's only 2 points behind now. First attacks from Void, just a small 1 chain, the tiniest of pokes. We got a big chain from Helio. I don't know if that blue is meant to connect there, but it is a 5. Can Void main chain in time here?
Just barely.
Does it.
Yeah, a little bit of an GTR that he managed to get out of. Which, I think if Elliot had done a short attack, he would have been in a better spot. But Void just doing quick work and getting a nice 10.
That was, I'm pretty certain that attack, the length of that attack was intentional. It's just one of the conflicts to be careful of is having the same color in column 1 and 3 around the GTR, because sometimes you can accidentally connect it.
Yeah. And now, it's 7-4, 3 points away. Elliot at least made up quite a bit of the point lead.
All clear?
Uh-oh.
3 double versus a 5, so Helio's gonna win this first hit, but Void will still have the AC advantage with only half the board filled.
Yep. The other thing, you can't just get down to the yellows right away, so there's a little bit of saving grace in that. But Elliot doesn't...
Waiting for the red. Good job, Helio. Smart. Has 1 rock. This should... It's actually only a 4, so it's not gonna really counter this. And Void has the follow-up chain.
Oh yeah, it's not gonna be enough. Oh, 13 player? Okay.
So, still living, but big 4 chain from Void. Perfect yellows still aren't gonna get... Even if with them, it wouldn't get there.
What happened?
Yeah, not a lot you can do in that position after you missing the all clear. And if I knew it was a power 3 all clear, so you don't even have like time to try and extend something, it is rough.
Yeah. There's a good attempt on punishing the all clear, but when you're forced to build so vertically, it's really hard to get the length of chains you need to beat that.
Yeah.
Oh, Void.
Oh! This is
a classic.
No.
Helio's punishing this so fast, but it's only a 3 chain, so it's not even that big of a punish. Void has time to dig this down. Only 1 chain from Helio. Oh!
I still think it was good enough because that G-Chow is so hard to fix from Void.
Yeah, I think the 3 chain was good. The follow-up was a bit scary, but luckily you just hit column 3 enough and you're good.
Exactly.
Oh, here it is again. There's the... Again, well, Helio punish it bear. Where's last time? Only takes the 4 chain here, so this is only going to tie at most. So this is even more of an advantage for Void this time.
Yeah, just to have enough time or space to finish it off. And Void's gonna go for something to stop him from building counter. Yeah, ouch. Okay, it's purple or yellow.
Big 4 chain. Helio only has the 3, taking probably at least a rock here. 4 lines, basically the same thing.
Yeah, and there's nothing that easily links. Like the reds are the over the blues, reds are the yellows, greens. Like it's doable to get something, but not enough.
Alright, with that we're on reset point for Void.
Yeah, goddamn Void playing like a monster now. Like the nerves shaking off. He wants that W.
Helio sure isn't out yet. Even if it goes into a reset, there's still a lot of time, but Helio could easily just get 5 points right here, right now.
Yeah, the nice part about having the reset is you at least get that time to think of your game plan.
Yeah. Alright, 3 chain from Void, forcing Helio to pop main chain here. This is going to be a 5 chain. Void pops their own 5 chain. Helio has some power on here, though, so it's going to be really close.
Okay, yeah. Half a rock.
And with the 3 chain follow-up, while Void has no resources. Takes another 4 line. Void's not out and actually has some Puyo advantage, but ooh.
I don't think you get down to his resources though in time. It's so hard.
Yeah, needs perfect pieces to keep clearing. Helio's setting up another 3 chain. Only a 2 from Void, that's probably it.
Oh yeah, that's it. Ooh, getting a little dicey there.
Yeah, definitely all in from Helio, but luckily it was close enough that it worked out.
Oh yeah, another all clear. But this time it's even.
Yeah, Helio not missing this one, so we're gonna see the true all clear matchup.
Oh thank God! I would have been so sad if something happened like that. Okay.
Both players set off. Helio with a small advantage, but Void has a lot here. Goes for the 3 chain. It's an all clear.
There's no greens for him. Oh no! He had a response, but not a single green to try and escape. Never punished Void. Gonna get another all clear.
Please. Void, they're already dead.
I'm tilting. Oh my God. How do you mentally recover from that? Because you still have another set to go. You have another chance, but man, that was a brutal last round. That's a clip. That's a clip right there. God damn. Well, Helio's mental fortitude about to be tested.
Yeah, we'll see how they respond. Seems like they're at least getting a little bit of water in. Hopefully, keep yourself hydrated, keep yourself calmed down. I don't think they did anything terribly there. It's just hard when Void's playing so consistent. Maybe a little too aggressive. Might want to slow down a couple of the all-ins, but otherwise, I think they're still holding up relatively well.
Yeah, I can agree. And even then, the last round wasn't entirely their fault. Like, the green's not showing up was just unfortunate.
Yeah. That's one of those things with Puyo, though, is sometimes, like, you have to account for losing a couple rounds to very unfortunate setups, so not making any mistakes when you do get the good pieces is so important.
Absolutely.
Alright, both players building are very high. Not a single attack yet. The soft drop bonus is going to be insane. Helio gets the 1 chain. Void chooses to just main chain in response. And Helio main chains as well. I think this is our first just like pure main chain battle.
Yeah, but look at that tail. Oh my God, the power 11. So much more.
Relatively close, but Void has the power on the last couple of links, which ekes out that round.
Yep, 69, better than 64.
Very true.
Alright, here you go. Oh, here, completely missed this one.
No, we're good.
Yeah.
AC not missed either.
Man, there's been so many all clears this set.
One.
Right, just clearing out the all clear, so we're back to our normal gameplay.
So we got a little bit like this submarine thing going on from both ends. Helio, I know, used to be, it still is like one of the main people who would build submarine. So I'm actually a little surprised we haven't seen much of it in favor of GTR.
A quick 6 chain from Void, and Helio looked like, I think they were going for a few more attack options, which unfortunately limited what they could do with their main chain.
What happened?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's gonna give Void another 2-0 lead. Hopefully, does not grow as much as last set. If you're Helio, you do not want that.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully keep that lead to a minimum. Going into this round, no super aggressive attacks, just being clean. 2 chain from Void, more to clean up. Helio has the nice defense.
Pretty small 2 chains compared to like the dance set where it's like, yeah, we only send like triple color power 2s or something.
4.
Yeah. Helio chose to just main chain, or just 6, but Void probably has enough to block here, but I don't think it's going to be enough to fully counter. Oh no, it is, with the reds at the top.
Yeah, Helio's going though. Gonna pop that, I think the way he didn't want to in order to survive. Very good.
Small advantage, but Void has the Puyo piece advantage. And some pretty easy ways to tank this. Is he rushing? They do.
Yeah,
You got a 6 chain from Void. How's Helio gonna extend this?
very carefully.
2.
And he's still gonna get to something. I don't know if it'll be enough.
5.
Austin barely.
Return fire.
Holding on, not even a row. Void still is a heavy Puyo advantage, cashing it in immediately with this big 2 chain.
1.
Oh yeah.
Helio's holding out with the 3 chain though. The Puyo advantage is enough. Here's another 2 double for Void. Finally getting a hit in after like 5 exchanges.
Oh yeah, you love to see it for Void. Helio's saying I'm still here, but Void does not want him to be. He's trying so hard to just end it.
There's a
Oh,
3.
but the
Helio's
yellow.
the 4 here though.
Yes, the yellow's coming just in time. He's alive. But Void's ready.
Oh, Void cut the 4 chain with that red there. Ends up taking 1 line.
Jesus, Ellie's about to have another attack ready. Void's got to find something potentially soon because Ellie's going down.
3.
That's a huge chain. Void gets to it.
Oh no,
It goes
the
enough.
purple's cut.
Oh no.
Oh my god, he's on the board. 2-1, baby.
That all you got?
What a hard point to fight for though.
Yeah. And I guess there's an argument to be made if every point you have to get is a fault like that, you're going to tie out real quick. But you still take the points you can get even if they're long, right?
Yeah. We also hope that maybe with rounds that long, that Void's also going to start feeling the exhaustion. But we'll just have to see. Helio getting that first attack and sending a line over.
Just do like a shot of espresso in between Puyo attacks. Send a 2 chain, shake a shot.
That sounds like the worst idea ever.
2.
Gotta keep the
Right.
energy levels up.
Alright, Void forced the main chain with only column 3 open. Helio's got a decent amount of time to extend with his tail. The 7 double.
Okay.
Helio gets it in time. Good observation on when that chain ended.
4.
Yeah.
We got a 9 chain from Helio. I think this will be enough here.
7.
Very much so. Good on Elliot to not overextend on the green extension too. 'Cause I think he was a little tempted. There you go, even. You love to see it. The adaption online.
That all you got?
Proving that they easily deserve to be in winners finals.
Oh yeah. You know, if Void doesn't get rounds, he can't win. Ooh.
Interesting build. Yeah, it's a bit interesting here. I think we're going to see early attacks. Yeah, there's a 2 double from Helio. Void's probably going to curious to block. Nope, just tanks it. Doesn't have the yellow on the side and can't flip it over with column 5 filled. So the rush from Helio actually pays off quite well there.
Yes, you love to see it, and that's the first set lead we have seen for Elio. My man's waking up. It's the espresso shots. They're giving him energy.
If you want to believe that.
I
We'll
don't
see
believe
if
it.
Void also decides to drink some espresso or if they have a different drink of choice to come back. No purples to set that off, so heavy advantage for Helio at the start of this.
Yeah, okay, he's got something to dig down. At least. I like that he's saving the purples to try and dig out the yellows. I think it's a pretty smart play to make sure he can get into the main chain faster.
Good 2-chain from Void, just clearing out a bit more. Well, Helio just chooses to take the 1 line. Doesn't affect them much, but now Void's back on main chain territory. Though doesn't have a lot to extend with. Helio finally chooses the main chain here. It's only a 4 though with the way those cut. Void has the chain, but it's also only a 4.
But the powers are just enough to help give him a bit of space. You know, it's gonna be hard to get those yellows to link.
Oh, there's the red to clear out some space. Gets the 3, but Void has such a big counter.
Oh yeah. And a lot of that playing off of Void just keeping those those purples in column 1 and never spending them so he can get down to his main chain easier. Just good awareness to know that he's gonna need those.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, we're tied up 3-3.
Oh, man. This is the set I want to see. Going to right side GTR. Oh god, those blues on Helios are kind of...
They do be a bit scary. Good building in column 1 to avoid that as much as possible, though.
Yeah.
This rush main chain from Helio, though. Void, actually... Void
it's a conflict.
is probably fine. No, yeah, they see the conflict. Oh, they made sure not to leave the conflict there. I don't know if this will be enough, but there is some power on this tail, so we might see enough here.
Yeah.
But the yellows and purples but we still get the purple link, so still a 10 chain from Void, and we have a 7 chain from Helio, which is going to be enough to counter here. And then we have the 6 chain from Void though, that's going to also counter back.
Oh my god, it is so close. It's nothing's ready for Helio on the volleyball. Ooh. Oh god, dude.
That was such a tight round.
It's so many intense back and forth. I can feel the adrenaline in my body shaking from the intensity that is this match.
And not just the espresso.
Yeah, not the espresso. I've never drank coffee before in my life.
Alright, good to know, good to know. Alright, first attack from Void. 2 lines. Not enough to seal out Helio, but definitely a hindrance.
Oh, the base wants to set his main chain ready.
3 chain from Helio. Void main chains. Pretty fair. Doesn't want to take the 2 lines that high up.
Really?
I've got a 10 from Void. No, 8 double into 9. Helio actually got to their main chain as well. This looks like more than enough. It's going to be a 10. No, 9. Well, maybe it's not with the power.
Oh, he's alive. Void waiting to see how much he would need. Just needs a few purples. He's probably scot-free.
Right, that's a 5 chain. Helio doesn't time to extend this. Needs a purple and a blue. Oh, it has the purple in column 1. They saw how the nuisance foil worked. Good on them.
Okay, let's go.
7? No, the purple doesn't dig. But 6 is still more than enough here.
Yeah, dude, Helio's not letting another set lead like that happen again. He does not want to fall behind. So help him, God.
Alright, we're tied up again at 4-4. Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
here we go. Oh, he's not gonna get it? Okay, it's okay. He's building high. He's gonna go for the extension. He has it. Oh, he's gonna go? Okay.
Void choosing to wave moment. This is gonna be... Alright, gets the 3 chain with the all clear bonus. It's gonna be enough to send our 3 lines over to Helio, but Helio at least managed to mitigate that all clear bonus a reasonable amount.
Yeah, it was incredibly good. And he has so many yells on access too that he just safely go for it once he felt like his chain was ready.
Yeah. Helio goes for the 4 chain.
Of course him.
I think Void expected their next piece. Alright, there's still so many resources. Another 1 chain battle. They're still tied.
Oh, he's down!
2 chain battle this time. Void's got the resources now. Here's a 3 chain.
Okay, the yellows are coming in.
Yeah, 2 double from Helio. Blocks that fine.
They're both
We're basically back at normal gameplay now.
We are, dude. They both have to dismantle so much in order to fight each other, but they're both gonna have some 5s. Oh my god, dude. Oh!
Void finally finds enough advantage to send a little bit, but not a huge advantage here.
Yeah, we're getting pretty close to margin time though, so you got to be a little bit careful.
Ooh, just goes for the 3 chain. Void doesn't have good pieces to respond to this.
Oh, he's barely on. He's actually not even going to go for a double red try fight immediately. He's going to extendo and Presto Extendo. My god.
I like that dig. We got 4 chain. Helio has a pretty big chain here though.
3,
This is a 5 double to 6.
5,
Oh my god, what did you do?
Oh,
Helio fought for dear life, constantly just like sending back 1 or 2 trash or just taking it, and he just gets down.
very, very good on Helio to not panic despite how long Void has a resource advantage there.
The mid game is looking so good.
Right, attack from Void. It's looking like it's going to be attacked very soon. It actually main chains, but they have some ways to convert it. Helio choosing to just rush main chain as well, seeing that it likely is just going to be main chain.
Yeah, you can't really do anything with his tail anyways because of the purple, so he has to just do this right to left stuff.
Yeah, so there's main chain from Void. Helio is also main chain, but the yellow's cut, so you lose at least 1 link there. That's no tail. That's not beating an 11.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. That is the danger of building Snake like that. We're just going right to left, right to left. Is that you don't really have a tail to fall back on. It's whatever you can build on your trigger, and eventually, when you get too high up, you can't go back to the left to use the space in your like top left or top right corners.
Yeah.
It's not easily.
We are still tied at 5 apiece now.
Oh yeah, halfway through the set minimum.
Looking like a pretty calm opening here. No big attacks. Helio looks like they might be the first to attack, and there it is. That's a 4 chain. That's a pretty big attack. Is Void just going to main in response if they get the piece for it?
They could use it. They stun lock themselves by doing the split.
I think their reds were cutting though, so they had to find a way to use the reds in their chain first.
Makes
I think they
sense.
just didn't have the time for it.
Unfortunate. Mulp, that gives Helio the set lead again. Void's got to be a bit more careful to avoid those cuts in the future.
Yeah, now that we're getting close to the finish line, like even a single point up means a lot more.
Oh yeah, because 1 point's all that matters, right?
Exactly. Right, we got 3 chain from Helio. Void is ice to main, but no reds.
Oh, red. Uh-oh.
2,
Helio chooses to rush main. Might be fine enough here. That's a pretty hard dig.
Yeah.
That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, for Void, but not for Helio, because now you're 2 points up. You got the biggest set lead of your life. You gotta take it right now. Or of this set life, excuse me.
Alright, we'll see how Void changes their game plan, because I don't think they were doing anything particularly wrong. Helio's just trying to take more of the aggression and getting lucky on some of those attacks, which, you know what, that's what matters sometimes. If you're attacking more, that means you get more chances to take the win.
It's better to be the initiator than be initiated on.
Alright, Void chooses to main chain early in this one, isn't risking any sort of just drought. Gets a 6 triple. Helio responds with their own main chain, but this is only a 6?
5,
I'm looking at that tail. They have 2 links up there.
What? No way.
Enough to counter, but only by 2 lines, so Void still has some relative advantage here.
Yeah, they're both with very high counter chains, just trying to survive. That 5's gonna be better than 4 though.
Yeah. Right, Void's got the space advantage now, a little bit of resource advantage.
Insane.
Oh.
1,
It's stressful.
Well, Void goes for the big attack first with the 4. Helio forces to respond, also has a 4. Wait, no, it's a 5 from Void. That 4 is definitely not nearly enough.
Oh yeah. Alright, gonna fold that because he's more likely to off top anyways. 6-7. Void not letting the lead grow. He needs to claw it back if he wants a chance for that W.
That time, Void, yeah, just didn't want to risk any sort of discrepancy, and it paid off. He's definitely being a little ahead on the just efficient main chain game.
Absolutely. And if that's what you need to do to win, you do what you need to do to win, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I've noticed that Void's been putting in key Puyos a lot sooner than usual for their playstyle, probably because they know that a lot of these times they just need the main chain at the end.
1,
Yep. Oh yeah. If the base wants that full, Helio's still poking.
Yeah, still has way to extend, not crapped out yet. A bit of awkward pieces though. How are they going to fill this in? Looking to just get some attacks. There's 1 double. Halo's actually the first one to main chain here.
4,
It looks like a reasonable chain, but Void. Oh, that's so hard to fill in the calm 3. Just sets it off.
I think he really would have preferred that red-green coming up.
12 from Helio. That's huge.
Is this enough? Because those blues are going to cut early. Yep,
Aw.
that's rough, because now the yellow link. That is part of the unfortunate part, right? You have that keep Puyo in early. You can't do any cleanup easily.
Helio made very good adaptation of, oh, Void's just trying to main chain more from my attacks. I'm just going to try and win out the main chain then.
Yep, and it worked out. Void couldn't clean up, got caught with an unfortunate situation, and it bit him.
Looking like a chill game now. Oh, I say that, and then Elo does a very aggressive 2-double. Void just main chaining here. Yeah, I don't know how intentional that attack was, but it was very, very aggressive.
That is a attack you go for to put yourself on match point and scare the crap out of your opponent.
Yeah, I think having the lead here, that it's not the worst idea, but it's still only now a 1-point lead, so you gotta have to stay at least somewhat consistent.
Oh yeah. Man. This is intense, man. Because if that had worked, right, Void has to be aware that they can have it any point in time on match point, right? But because
Yeah.
it didn't, there's that breathing room.
Exactly. Alright, Ellie with the first attack, just a 1-chain. There's a 1-chain from Void. It counters with a 2. Void doesn't have colors to clear this well, so just takes a tiny hit. Just some small
What?
pokes.
Oh
How
god, this
is
tail.
Void's main working? Yeah, Helio just goes for a 4 here. Gets the pieces to fill in all the key Puyo, but can't really respond. Goes for a 3 just to kind of live. Helio just main chains. This is gonna be so hard for Void to clean up.
Yeah. Helio has to see that Void chain just does not work at all. Yeah. Match point. Helio looking good. Only needs one more W before he takes Vortex Gallery. Void's gonna have to find 3 rounds and quick.
Definitely doable, but yeah, gonna have to stay completely focused throughout this.
Gotta go full gamer time.
Okay, got some clean chaining on both sides. Tiny poke from Helio, not really disrupting anything there.
I'll have to go for the Thorn on
Interesting.
Void's side.
Interesting 2-chain from Helio, but Void wasn't really building any defenses, so reasonable attack time. We have a 3-chain follow-up. Big 2-chain from Void to counter that. And then just following up with another 2-chain.
Void's showing why he did set it off early.
Ooh.
Oh my god. That's horrifying.
That was a really good read on Void's own chain for how to make sure to counter Helio's chain there. Helio's still alive, getting a 3 here, but that's just too much aggression.
Yeah, because those are the scariest kind of cuts that like players are afraid of seeing on net play, you know, where you just break your entire GTR. Oh my god. Puts them
Okay,
much
all clear?
closer.
All clear? Are they going to go for the extension? They both see it. Very nice.
Alright, let's see what happens. I know Void likes the flank. And sometimes Helio will go for a 2-column. Just because some people have that Tetris matchup experience that some people have defaulted to just 2 columns versus with all clear starts.
It's interesting because both of them are freestyling a bit more since they did at least initially try and build vertically. I
Yeah.
think Void has a bit of the advantage on freestyle
Oh.
chaining.
Yeah, and he's gonna try and see make use of it. He opts not to self his full. He's gonna need a green.
1, 2.
Interesting.
Purposely left it out, just taking the 4-chain here. It's gonna be hard to main chain after this. Does Helio notice? Doesn't get a piece in time on the main chain.
What happened?
Oh god, I don't know if he probably noticed it, but he's like, oh my god, it was so close.
All right,
That's risky.
tournament point.
Yeah, I just can't help but feel like Void just bet it all on that one. That was terrifying. I couldn't even find the words for it.
Will we see? Will people stay completely calm and play standard? Are they going to look for a really cheeky attack?
It's looking calm from Void. He just built pretty defensive though to make sure he didn't die to a cheeky attack.
Yeah.
There's so much power on that tail.
Helio's tail does not work.
But will Void notice, right? That's the
Yeah.
important part.
I might be wrong, and Helio might clean it up during this portion with these attacks. The 2-chain Void chooses to just main chain. I don't know if it's because they read the tail. We'll see.
He's got the potential to set this off, but Helio's plays all over. It's
It doesn't
gone.
get piece. It ended too fast.
Oh my god, dude, that's a heartbreaker. Void was the 3 deficit comeback to take grand finals when Helio was on match point, dude. That is
Finishing
so...
blow, lucky.
Oh my god, that has to hurt, man. Oh, like that first set is like rough, but you come back, you claw to match point, and Void says not today. He puts back on him wide. Everyone thinks he's still the #1 Western player.
Exactly. What a good showing from both players, though.
Yeah, Void was insane. So was Helio. Like that, make it past players like Hiku or Dan, KZN, Billy Anime. Like, this was a good top 8. I don't think there's a set that disappointed me at all.
Absolutely.
But, congrats again to Void. I believe the match arena will still be up for a bit if you want to donate more with exclamation point match arena if you believe Void deserves some more money and the other players for their performance, because they definitely do. Because that was a very intense top 8. We saw some people we haven't really seen in too long, like Twin Blue. Got to see some of the younger players like OSW and the old school Hiku, Dan, and Void. So much of a good time.
Yeah, I've been getting so impressed with how a lot of the Puyo tournaments now are less about just like being fast at chaining and more about actually reading the opponent's chain, finding ways to attack and playing that mental game on top of that physical chaining game.
Yeah, it's so nice. Especially like it's starting to have it more at the offline events too and the online. So the scene itself is just so insanely better than what it was even a year ago. Dude, I'm so hyped. That was good. I'm actually glad I didn't play this so I can watch.
Yeah, that was definitely a treat to get to watch and commentate on those matches.
Hell yeah. God, what a morning. It's already like 2:30 p.m. I can't believe it. I was so focused on the matches, the energy, the hype, the Vortex merch,
Yeah,
the
I
match
could,
arena.
I could definitely use a nap after all that hype.
You know what makes me sleepy? Spending money at the Vortex Gallery shop to buy some sick merch. Isn't that right, Raikon? You want go buy that poster, go buy that third one.
No,
right
man,
there.
buying merch
What?
just makes me so pogged.
I
I can't sleep when I know that all this sweet merch is coming my way.
True. You have to do the pretend you don't want it so it comes sooner.
Or just forget that you bought in the first place, get a package. I didn't order a package, and then suddenly there's that merch.
Hell yeah, you love to see it. I mean, but honestly, do buy something from Vortex Gallery. They have some cool stuff. They are pretty much all grassroots run, so it just relies on the community for the community type stuff. So if you love community stuff, this is the event to support.
Absolutely. I still am so biased on the third one. I like that poster a lot.
Absolutely. I'm gonna give another shout out for Kyobi for streaming today. Once again, working production for so many things, working on their VTuber new debut.
I was just about to get back on the mic for this one, actually.
Oh, there you go. It's a good segue.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Yes, it's me. I am re-debuting after being MIA for like, what, 2.5, almost 3 months now? So, yeah, I look forward to seeing y'all again. There's gonna be some new stuff, too, so, like, I'm gonna try out some new things. It's not gonna be it's not gonna be dominantly Puyo Puyo, but, like, I hope you can support me on all the new stuff that I try out, nonetheless, once I make my return.
Oh,
Give
yeah.
Kyo the love.
Give Kyo $4.99 a month.
That would help. But I'm not gonna beg for it, but that would help.
You don't have to beg, I will. Please, give Kyobi your money.
It's Riley's specialty.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
I'll sell out. I have no shame. You just have to ask me, I'll sell out.
Let's sell out.
Yeah!
Alright. So, in the meantime, thank you guys for coming in, hanging out. Thank you, Icy, Raikon, and Fino, for commentating this event.
Yeah,
Thank
no
you, thank you,
worries.
Zonverse, for running the tournament. Always the unmentioned, the unseen heroes of the competitive scenes. The TOs out there, support your bracket runners. Give them your thanks.
Absolutely. Just like I thank Zai for bringing me food in the middle of the bracket.
Oh
God
yeah,
bless you.
thanks Kyo Mom for bringing me food too.
Yeah, woo!
But yeah, so I got the lock on the next raid, because you know Vortex Gallery isn't over yet. If schedule load,
raiding?
please. Yeah, we're raiding Mash and Mix, who is streaming one of the South American. It's not loading. There it is. South American Blaze Blue tournaments.
Yeah, there you go. I fucking love me some Blaze Blue. Jubei, best character. He's a cat. He's fast. He does some flashies. Hopefully, we'll see some Jubei on stream.
And the raid message, if you guys want to help support, it's just Puyo Puyo Bizarro top 2. I'm sure they'll be tickled to hear that South America managed to leave a dent in the Puyo Puyo scene.
Regional pride is real, baby. Love me some crew battles.
Alright, so I'm done here. I don't know if you guys have anything else to say. The raids, I'm actually gonna go off in like 10 seconds, but yeah.
Nope, I'm good.
Thanks for having me.
Alright, we'll see you guys next time. I'll see you guys March 11th for the re-debut. We'll see you soon. Don't forget to love each other. Stay excellent out there. Nerds.